Hello. Hi everyone. I request everyone to please settle down and fill in the seats ahead so we can begin shortly. Good morning everyone and welcome to the day 2 of second edition of Wavelength where the theme is Beyond the Feed. I hope you had a restful evening, some good conversations and maybe a few lingering thoughts about from yesterday's session. If day 1 gave us questions, day 2 begins with practice, not fast narratives, but patient storytelling. To begin with, today's masterclass invites us to think about documentary filmmaking not merely as a genre, but as a political, ethical, and deeply human act. Our guest for this masterclass is an award-winning filmmaker and writer, Deepa Dhanraj, who has been a part of the women's movement in India since 1980. She was one of the founding members of Yugantar, a feminist film collective that made a series of films in the early 1980s documenting rural and urban women's movements for labor rights and autonomy. Focused on feminist politics, Deepa's extensive filmography spans 3 decades and subjects including population control programs in India, Muslims' women's courts, the rise of Hindu majoritarianism, the history of human rights movements in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and the caste question. The documentary we are about to watch today, Something Like a War, examines Indian family planning program and the gender it primarily affects women. It's a privilege to welcome Deepa Dhanraj to share the intent and essence of the documentary before we immerse ourselves in the screening.
Yeah, good morning, and I'd like to thank the Manipal Institute for this invitation, and thank you for all of you for turning up to watch. I was just sharing with some of your faculty that I really feel like a dinosaur, you know. When she said 3 decades, actually it's 4 decades of filmmaking. Anyhow, so when I had to choose a film to show you today, I thought of this one because it, in a sense, it's very much about not only my politics, but about why I make documentary films. And I have to say that I came into documentary filmmaking because I self-identified as a feminist. I was part of various feminist if you like, actions. I don't know how to call it now, but it was a combination of kind of activism and filmmaking. And for me, these two hats, they don't really exchange. They most probably one. I make films because of that politics. A little bit about this film to share with you. You know, it's when we think about the Indian family planning program, it is at the time when I made the film, it was like a sacred cow. You know, there was no critique of this program at all, right? Because it was seen as a nation-building activity, that we had to control certain populations, not all, certain populations, who were basically slowing down the development of the country. And at this time, what had happened is that I had a lot of time on my hand because I just had a baby, and for 2 years I wasn't working. So I did a lot of primary research, okay, because news was trickling in from my feminist friends One of them was that they had launched a court case against the Indian Council of Medical Research because they had discovered that women, basically migrant women who had come as day laborers, were being recruited for a clinical trial of a very dangerous hormonal contraceptive. And they were being recruited without giving any information as to side effects. In fact, there was no consent, if we call it. It's called informed consent, that's a word, was taken from them. So that was happening on one side. At another level, the news was coming from Rajasthan, where programs, food for work programs, you call them Manrega now, but in those days, food for work programs, if women didn't provide a sterilization certificate, they were not enrolled in the muster rolls. So I was sort of listening to this thing, and I really thought, can I make a film about this, which would contribute in some way as an advocacy to help these efforts that feminists were taking in whether it was law or whether it was actually on the ground, grassroots activism. Could I make a film that would somehow challenge the prevailing norm of what is population control, what this program is about, and very critically look at is it beneficial for women or not, okay? That's how this film got made. I'll just stop now. And after the film, I'm here, so we can have a longer Q&A conversation, yeah? Okay.
On that note, I request everyone to please put your phones on silent as we screen the documentary. was indeed a bold and insightful watch. May I invite Deepa Dhankar to please join us on the stage and deliver the masterclass.
So, if you have any questions, or even comments, don't have to be questions, anything, happy to answer. Slide it. There is a mic here.
Am I audible? Yeah. So my question is that in the film you juxtapose the clinic, which is almost like a assembly line sort of a footage of the sterilization camps, along with a communal circle where, in spite of the collective trauma which is caused by the mass sterilization, the women here, they speak their hearts out. So as a documentary filmmaker, how did you navigate the power imbalance of the camera? Like how did you ensure that you are not creating just another gaze which consumes their trauma, but instead you are trying to create a space for their collective agency?
What did you feel the film was doing? Can you speak a little louder or hold it up?
Yeah, so in many parts of the film, first of all, I realized my position of privilege. And also I realized about the mass trauma, the sterilization which would have caused for the woman there. And I found it fascinating the way you juxtaposed it, like you were showing it as an assembly line, like a factory where women were getting the sterilization process done. And on the other hand, women were collectively, they were talking their hearts out. So I'm also curious about how did you, convince them or reassure them in terms of, asking these questions, and how are they open to, freely talk what was in their minds?
So you can see in the film that there are two parallel tracks, right, which you have identified, So one is basically how does the government health system and the other agencies of the state, which as you can see are terribly corrupt and coercive, and that track of how they get cases and actually what happens in camps, sterilization camps, that's one track. But I wanted to hear from the voices of women who are the targets of this program, right? So my intention was, can we get a group of women together, who can speak from that position, okay? So what I did was I wanted also a rural and urban mix. So the women from Delhi, they actually are health workers in Delhi in an NGO. It was Young India Project, where they work on health with women. And the women from Rajasthan who were speaking in Marwari, they were community workers, government of Rajasthan. They were called Sathins. This was a program from the Women's Development Program. It was a government program. And these women, the Marwari women from Rajasthan, were the ones who had identified the abuses in the program. Remember, I told you that there was a scandal about how women were asked to produce sterilization certificates before entering the roles. So I just thought a very simple idea is to get this group together And we spent a week together, and we actually took a house in Behaviour, small town in Rajasthan. And we just spent a week together, and it was not that we were filming every day or throughout the day. It was very relaxed, and there was no, what's the word, no domestic labor for anybody. We organized the food, nobody had to do any work. In that sense, it was very relaxed and free, and we had these free-flowing conversations. And I had some themes in my mind which I wanted to cover, but it wasn't like directly like how you do on TV, now stick a mic in someone's face and say, what do you think of X? I wasn't interested, it's not soundbite kind of thing. It's just a circle and, just discussions which were very informal. That then is edited down to fit, right? But what I was very interested in is that, how do women view their bodies, right? In every sense, whether it's menstruation, whether it's a baby, whether it's contraception, and why are those voices and those worlds, women's worlds, that they're not heard, and definitely not heard by the program. And if you, at that time, if you looked at the central government budget and state government budgets for women's health, what they had portioned, and if you look in detail, you would see that 80% of the money was reserved for women in the reproductive age group, which meant family planning, And now you have women who are outside the reproductive age group. You have adolescent girls, you have young girls, you have older women who are, menopausal, you have women who are even older than that. But if you look at the funding and the focus of the program, right, why was there so little funding for these groups, So this was the logic for me, that can we have these two tracks, and more or less challenging the official narrative. That was my idea, actually. And you have to tell me if it worked, in a sense, because I think for me, the critical thing with doing the women's group, like if you ask how was it done, and it's something that has been with me as a work practice, in the sense of, can you develop the practice of listening, right? Attentive listening, okay? People don't speak in bites, People, especially women tell stories, There is humor, there is other kinds of conversations they want to have. And can you make a space where, while filming, there is a space for that kind of expression, where you won't be judged, you will, you're free to speak, right? So that was how this worked out. Yeah, and I think it was a wonderful week, 8 days that we spent together, I must say. We all learnt a lot, and it was, yeah. Did I answer your point? Now, when you talk about privilege, I think there are also questions of, in documentary filmmaking, and I don't know, some of you may be making documentaries, or you may be in television, you may be doing TV news, you may be doing anything which is what I call non-fiction, even if you write or you film or whatever. And very often you will be faced, not very often, 100%, you will be faced with certain ethical dilemmas. Do I report this? Do I protect my informant? How do I present something in a space that maybe is very polarized? And I think the ethical questions in that are something that you will have to not only answer, but take responsibility for. And for me, the biggest issue which I had to decide was that, am I going to shoot inside the operating theater? Because when you're inside the operating theater, obviously those women can't kick us out, right? And we are adding to their, in a sense, really to their dehumanization. I mean, to have a camera team inside, and And I was just sharing that this was shot on 16 film. So, camera's pretty big, and you have a sound, you have the mic. The equipment is very visible. It's not like you can get away with like small digital cameras today. And I had to take that call, and I felt that without the footage of actually what they do inside these operation theaters or wherever they do these camps, for me the film wouldn't work. Actually, you had to see really what's happening, and yes, you have to, as I said, you have to take responsibility for those decisions. Any other questions? They don't have to be questions. It can be comments, anything. Yeah. Yeah, right here.
So I was just wondering if this experience kind of left a longer shadow, and the resistance to vaccination during COVID, a lot of the time it was framed as superstition, just kind of anti-science sentiment. Whether this sort of history of interacting with the state and its health programs kind of created that lack of trust, and I mean, what is your sense of what kind of shadow it might have left?
I'm not going to talk about the film per se. Film is just one part of it. But if you look that, I think many women's groups in the country were working around these questions. And there was a concerted demand to stop the Target program, because that is a very coercive program that we had to stop targets. There was also a lot of work around legal cases around saying we cannot introduce hormonal contraceptives into the official program. So I would say at the time, I think if it was not for feminist groups raising these questions, many things would not have happened. Many things would not have stopped. They tried to, India officially signed saying that they would stop targets and coercion.
I request everyone to please settle down. We will begin with the event shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We now move into a space where every word is measured, every pause is strategic, and every crisis begins with the phrase, "We need a statement now." Welcome to our panel discussion on public relations and corporate communications. Today's panel brings together voices from global corporations, infrastructure, technology, consulting, and agribusiness, each navigating reputation in very different, very real environments. To begin with, we have Melissa Adulappan, a seasoned communications and public relations professional, currently serving as Director of Communications at Target. Before this, she spent over a decade as the Head of Corporate Communications at IQVIA India, a global human data science and healthcare services firm. It would be my pleasure to invite you to join us on the dais, ma'am. Our next panelist operates in an environment where public trust, visibility, and accountability intersect every single day. Gayatri Pradeep is the General Manager of Corporate Communications at Bangalore International Airport Limited, the operator of Kempegowda International Airport, Bengaluru. In her role, she oversees internal and external communications, media relations, public affairs, and strategic messaging, playing a key role in shaping narratives around Bangalore International Airport's growth, reputation, stakeholder engagement, and major developments. I would now like to invite you to join us at the dais. Our next panelist represents communication leadership in the technology and IT services sector, where complexity and credibility go hand in hand. Ronnie Thomas currently leads communications for Kyndryl in India, serving as the Director of India Communications. In this role, he is responsible for corporate and external communications, media relations, brand reputation, and strategic messaging, supporting Kyndryl's position in the IT, services, and consulting space. It would be my pleasure if you join us at the dais. Next up, we have Sharon Varghese, the Senior Director and Business Leader of South at Genesis BCW, one of India's leading public relations and communication agencies. With over 16 years of experience in the PR communications domain, Sharon leads communication strategy, client servicing, and business development for South India region. It would be my pleasure to join us. The next panelist brings us a perspective from the agri-tech and agricultural value chain ecosystem, where communication plays a vital role in trust building and impact. Anne Thomas is the Head of Public Relations and Corporate Communications at Arya.ag, an agri-tech company focused on strengthening agricultural value chains and post-harvest services across India. In her role, she leads public relations, corporate messaging, media engagement, and strategic communication initiative that supports Arya's brand, purpose, and stakeholder outreach. It would be my pleasure to invite you to join us at the dais. Guiding this conversation is someone who understands both business and editorial sides of communication. Peter York is the Senior Vice President and Head of Marketing at Suntech Business Solutions, where he leads global marketing, branding, and corporate communication initiatives, overseeing brand growth, strategic messaging, thought leadership, and stakeholder engagement worldwide. He has also held senior relationship roles at Oracle Financial Services Software and earlier in his career worked with organizations such as TCS and Wipro. With that, I invite our moderator on the stage to take this conversation forward.
Oh, there we go. So one thing I'd encourage you to do is keep your questions ready, because I'm sure the panel has got a lot of things to say, and while they will talk extempore as well, but they'll have a lot of answers that they can provide you. So if you're curious enough, you might get some good answers by the end of this session. So I want to ask you a question. How many of you believe that in today's day and age, PR is about getting coverage in the media? You can put your hands up. How many of you think that PR is about getting coverage in the media, be it online, offline, whatever else? How many of you believe that? Nobody? Somebody? One or two? Okay. How many of you believe that PR is about managing a crisis in a company? Yeah? Few of you believe that. Okay. So let's see where this whole thing intersects, because I'm sure the panel has very interesting things to say. And we also have, I also have an interesting perspective on where this whole industry is heading, what the inflection point is, and what we can expect in the next few years. But I want to start by just giving you a kind of a context before I hand over to the panelists. And this really is about where we are today. And it's also about the kind of topic that we've selected for this panel, which really revolves around the whole thing about truth, which is a key kind of thing that we want to talk about. It's about trust, it's about influence, and basically all this put together is the new model that we are talking about for industry and for ourselves indeed. If you look at the last few years in this country, we just didn't digitize. Okay, everybody talks about digital India and India digitized and all that, all the rest of it. But I believe personally that we completely rewired. Okay, so it was not just some cosmetic change that happened. We completely rewired our systems. We completely rewired the way we looked at things. And I'll throw a few numbers at you. Basically, there are about 1 billion people today who use the internet in this country. And we have a population of about 1.4 billion as we stand today. There are about 750 million people who use smartphones in this country, okay? There are about 500 million people who have unique social media handles and use those. And many of this whole population, as you know, we are fairly a rural economy, and a large percentage of these are based in rural areas. In addition to that, an average Indian spends about 3.2 hours, okay, a day on social media, which is a considerable amount of time. Either they are streaming something or they are contributing to something on their handles, but they're spending about 3+ hours and utilizing about 24 GB of data every month. Now let's look at the UPI statistics. in December alone, okay, we had about 27.96 lakh crore of rupees transacted through the UPI systems in this country. And indeed, we are also kind of exporting some of the systems that we've developed in the country to other developing countries because our technical prowess in that area is actually superior. So why am I throwing all this data at you? The whole question of trust in today's world is turned on its head. And this population, okay, in fact, is open to, has got access to information, data, and can also contribute, okay, to either make or break the trust or reputation of any company. So we are dealing with a population at scale kind of problem. It's not just an individual or 20 people or whatever. I remember in the good old days, some 35 years back when I was working in my first job, if we had a crisis situation, we had a small little diary, and in that diary there were about 35 phone numbers, and we had to call those 35 journalists and basically explain something or, preempt the crisis to kind of, suppress it. That was basically what we needed to do. Today, that's absolutely impossible. There are millions of people out there. Like I said, we've grown we can grow reputation at population scale, but damage also grows at population scale. So if you really look at it, the other threat that we face when it comes to reputation and truth is misinformation and disinformation. In fact, in the recent World Economic Forum in Davos, a lot of people spoke about it and the concerns that go with it. So today's business environment is characterized by 3 or 4 things. One, publics are always on. There is no such thing as day and night. They are always on. The second thing is visibility comes through algorithms. The third, we have instant economic behavior that can be tracked, that can be measured, okay, thanks to UPI kind of systems. And the fourth, we have synthetic media and AI-assisted content and persuasion that is out there in the market. So we are faced with all these challenges, then this is the environment and the context in which we basically are operating in. So PR has basically today got an issue that needs to be sorted. And in fact, a person whom many of us know, Minari Shah, she wrote a very interesting LinkedIn post just a couple of days back. Minari used to head communications at Amazon and before that at Tata Motors. And Minari has this very interesting thing to say. She says that we spend too long owning channels, okay? Basically, media placements, followers, formats, likes, engagement metrics, all that stuff. That is how we were measured. That's the kind of reports that as communicators we gave to the management. But today, things have changed. And she says, what are we doing to basically own outcomes, not just own channels? Investor confidence, for example, or regulatory trust, or talent attraction, or basically category, credibility, or license to operate. What are we doing to own these kind of outcomes as opposed to owning channels? We need to change the mindset and change the way we kind of look at things. And if channels are unstable, okay, newsrooms are shrinking. We talked about it actually when we were sitting in the lounge. 300 people from Washington Post were sacked a couple of days back, okay? And the media is going through a big churn. Social reach is basically becoming pay to play. Algorithms are changing rapidly, and sometimes we don't even know how Google is kind of reacting to what we're doing. So essentially what is happening is a channel-owned strategy today is actually increasingly fragile and is something that we can't rely on. And therefore, we need to focus on outcomes. So today's panel is really an exciting one because they'll bring a variety of perspectives to you. And I think, as they've already been introduced, come from a variety of sectors which are interesting from the kind of outlook that they can present. So I'll conclude by just saying one thing. Today, PR is the craft of shaping meaning in an uncertain situation, in an uncertain world. As organizations have to enjoy reputation that is earned, so we have to start putting this new operating model together. It's a move from channels to outcomes, from visibility to credibility, from messaging to meaning, and from campaigns to trust systems. That's the kind of shift that we need to see if we have to go forward meaningfully and productively in this coming age. So I'm going to ask each of my panelists to spend a moment or two in reflecting some thoughts from their own perspectives, and then we'll get into the questions thereafter. So Melissa, would you like to kind of start?
Hello. Yeah. Thanks, Peter, for that lovely introduction. Peter talked about our collective years of experience being 140. I think perhaps two of us must be about 100 of them. I don't know. But, you know, I've been in the industry probably almost twice as long as some of you have lived in this world. But I'll say something. We worked in an era, as Peter said, where we had no internet. When I started my career in PR, just imagine, no mobile phones, no internet, no pagers. There wasn't even fax. So if you wanted to even send out a press release, you used a courier. If it was close enough, I started in Mumbai, nothing was close enough. But in Bangalore, you know, you would go to the media house, or you would mail it out, or send it by telex. That was the age that we started off with. But I think some of the foundations on which we built our career, particularly when we talk about trust and truth, for me started there. Because you had to rely on good judgment based on what you read. If you wanted to read anything in the news, and Kanchan is not here, but she was a journalist in Deccan Herald when I was in Bangalore, we'd go to newsrooms and go through reams and reams of newspaper pages to find information, or sit in libraries. And I think we built it over there. And truth, to me, and trust are extremely critical to how we operate in communications today. But what has changed is what Peter talked about, that we are today in a digital world. We are in a world where news and misinformation travels at the speed of I don't even know what. We're seeing what happens in countries where there is more misinformation that is actually influencing how people respond to situations. And all of this is a concern for us. How do we sift out truth from untruths? How do we sift out information from misinformation is a continuous challenge. I worked before this in the clinical trials industry. And I cannot tell you, probably going through the worst crisis that the healthcare industry in India has ever faced. And it was all based on misinformation from judiciary, from media, as well as activists, social activists. And so there is a lot that we have to grapple with. So I'll just say that on truth and trust. And the third part of it is influence. That's what we try and do. But I would just add influence with impact. And that influence with impact leading to great outcomes, as Peter said, is not just about the work you do, but who you are as a communications professional. To succeed in any organization that you work with, you have to yourself be able to lead with influence and impact. And that means, again, doing a lot of reading, being very aware, being curious, and being very passionate about what you do. So with that, and on that opening note, do I hand over to Gayatri?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, truth. Yes, of course, I work for an airport. You all know the airport is very near here. You all must have traveled through the airport several times. And how different is it to do PR for an airport vis-a-vis maybe a tech company or a retail company? Yeah, we are an entity which is seen by anyone who enters this city, right? And an entity in which about 40,000 people work every day. So it's not only the airport employees, you have employees from, say, airlines, you have the cargo handlers, you have, say, your fuel operators, there are hundreds of retail and F&B outlets there. Yeah, there are multiple people working in that environment. So how important is truth there, right? How important is for us to be very open, honest, and transparent in all our communication, which is to multiple stakeholders. It's just not one stakeholder, right? So we have a lot of government entities working there. We have your customs, CISF, you have immigration, you have Airport Authority of India, you have stakeholders, your passengers are your stakeholders, your own employees are your stakeholders, and you also have the F&B and those partners and the airline partners and cargo entities and all of them. So your communication has to be directed to them. How important is it for you to be truthful in your communication so all your stakeholders trust in you, they believe in your operating system, and they want to partner with you, stay with you, your employees want to join you? How important is truth there, right? So very important for us to be that, and as an entity, we follow it, and we also want to influence the communities around it, because we have our foundation in which we educate a lot of school children, and how important it is for the community to feel that we are contributing towards it. So when we set up this airport, you just talk about a little bit of the background there. There was a lot of backlash from the communities there. A lot of people lost their land. Villagers, lost their farmland. A lot of them had to be, moved to other places. There was a lot of protests happening, and it's taken 18 years to build a lot of trust. So today, we're seen as a driver of the economy. We're seen as an entity which offers so many jobs. We're seen as an entity which is full of promise, which is so well run, right? And how many years it has taken. All my predecessors, I've been in the organization for about 4.5 years. But all the work that the communications team has done all these years in actually improving the trust and the influence that we have over the community has actually helped us in having a positive reputation today.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of a different tact on this one. Trust, truth, influence. Let's take it from a personal standpoint, right? I mean, many of you today are where I was about 30 years ago. I didn't know where I wanted to go. I had a belief that I'm good at something. I'm good at English. That was all I knew. So where do you go from there? Well, how do you make a career out of it? How do you build reputation? How do you build trust in your capabilities? How do you take your capabilities and then influence truth that you want to spread out there, right? So I think when you start looking at your own personal growth and your own personal identity, think of how you want to project yourself. It's increasingly important in today's day and age. It's something that we are learning. We didn't have that much competition when we were getting into the industry. We defined a lot of the things that are now standard, but those foundations have changed. What used to be trust was, as Peter said, a reporter's voice. Today, there's an agency called Edelman, they bring out a trust barometer study. If you get a chance, go through that. It's got some very interesting facts in there, and you'll notice that where people put their trust is shifting, right? It moves from media, it moves from public, from government, and sometimes it's as good as, they take their trust from their peers. They take their trust from people who are in their family set. So decide how you want to build your trust. Like, I took my trust from when I started my career in one or two people that I looked at, and they said, hey, you've got this ability, do this. Or you're not doing this well enough, do this. And over a period of time, that helps you make an authentic voice. You then build your trust and capability, and then you also build your influence with the influences that matter. I think that's another big thing that you have to look at right now. There's a lot of voices out there. And everybody's screaming for attention. And with AI, it's easy to do that. But what you need to do is cut through. Nothing replaces authenticity. Figure out how you can be your authentic self. Figure out then the channel that you need to exert the maximum influence and who that influence should be directed to, right? What audience should that be directed to? I think if you start to think through in that lens and then relate to what your strengths and capabilities are, you will start to see probabilities and possibilities that you can look at. So just a few thoughts here, and we can go more into the background and what we do as professionally, but that, I'm sure we'll get into that. So.
Hello. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I think my very esteemed co-panelists have shared a lot of insights on what exactly this topic should entail. I'll take a little bit of a step back. Firstly, I'm an alumni of MAHE, so I was probably where you're sitting 17 years ago. And all of this seems so surreal, right? Because what we are taught in theory in university is definitely not what we do in practice in the industry. So there's a lot of learning that's awaiting you, but I'm going to put a few things in perspective for you all. For the uninitiated, we've already moved from the industrial era to what we call the intelligence era, right? Because we are in the time of Gen AI. And it's so difficult for us to tell what is created by AI and what is not, because Gen AI is being trained to mimic human language. So misinformation becomes very, very prevalent. And in the agency setup, what we are expected to do is push out and amplify. The time to actually pause, think, verify is very, very limited. I'm not going to bore you with theory, but I'm probably going to give you an interesting assignment to do. It's a fun task. I don't know how many of you are actually in the habit of reading newspapers. Like Melissa said, a lot of us were trained to get information from trusted sources like publications. I don't know how many of you have come across this news about 800 missing children and women in Delhi reported in the last 1 month, or 15 days to be specific. Doesn't that sound very scary? I don't know how many of you have actually read it, but I first came across it through Instagram. And I saw a lot of influencers talking about it, and I was wondering, when did influencers get so influenced by news, right? And that's when I started listening to more and more influencers, and there was this one person who came out and said, you know what? This seems to be a very, very orchestrated promotion for the upcoming Rani Mukherjee movie on, I think it's called Mardani or something like that. And it's all about, you know, solving cases of abduction in Delhi. So that got me very worried because, you know, this news of missing people was captured by the Press Trust of India, PTI, which is India's largest, probably the most trusted news source from where other publications pick up news. It's a news wire, so they sell news to other publications, right? All these publications would have had some trust in PTI saying, okay, PTI will never put out anything wrong without verifying, so I'm going to amplify it. And a news like 800 people missing in Delhi, already Delhi suffers from a poor image of being an unsafe city in the minds of many people. So, you know, this just added fuel to fire. Can you imagine the kind of tizzy that the police department in Delhi had to go through to justify this? Because if a minister had read that news, which I'm sure they did, the first question is going to go to them. How are 800 people missing and we're not aware of this? Is there like an orchestrated gang who's doing this? And the police are busy verifying. Now, if you Google the news, all of you must be Googling it right now. It's there in Hindustan Times, Times of India. I still don't know what is the truth. So there is one influencer who's calling out the bluff, but there are many other who are still saying that no, but PTI has actually quoted a source. And then what did the police do? They came and said that, you know what, yeah, all the data is there, but actually the abduction rates have reduced year on year. So somewhere a misinformation created could have actually snowballed into such a multi-stakeholder crisis. That's number one. Most importantly, it created public fear. So the fact that you yourself shared that news amongst your group on your WhatsApp. I'm pretty sure all your parents must have put it on all their WhatsApp groups because it came from a trusted source. You actually contributed towards creating public fear without verifying the source, right? So this takes me back to what Melissa spoke about impact. I think the communication that we put out, whether it is created by us or if we are just amplifying what somebody else has put out, there is a very fundamental human responsibility we have to pause, think, verify. Because somebody else, you're the source. And your credibility is at question if you're going to push out news which is not verified. I frankly still don't know what is the truth. So clearly, this news has put out a lot of confusion out there. And everybody is grappling to make sense of it. But maybe one of you will get to the bottom of it because all of you will now search for it and find out what it is. So good luck with that. And with that, I will conclude my speech. And I'll pass it on to my co-panelist, Anne.
Thank you. Good Lord, I have so much anxiety right now listening to all of them. Are you in the same plate? Yes? No? We've had Peter start with the layoffs, Washington Post, that too, 300. And we've ended with 800 missing people. I tell you, and we've spoken about trust, and we've spoken about the expectation of being a trusted source. And we've had Ronnie tell you to look within and figure out what your strengths are and to build your piece. I'm really, really feeling the edge, and I'm literally at the edge of my seat right now. I started very comfortably back there. I just want you guys to know one thing. It seems bad, and it's very unfortunate right now to be in 2026, and I wouldn't want to be here in your seat with all that's going on in the world, with the amount of mistrust that we're talking about. But just change the perspective a little. If I had one source back then, right? I had to have a courier to get content transferred. I had to make sure that one person was giving me the right content. I had to trust my voice. I had to trust the integrity of the other person, right? Today, when you are doing your search and you are following people, yes, there are 1,000 people trying to hit you at the same time. And I feel bad about that, right? We only had our professors, some of the media that we had access to, a lot lesser than you. You guys have to skim through so much more. And you know that the team sizes are getting smaller. We had the privilege of being an editor, right? Just an editor. And one person doing the content writing, and one person doing the scripting, and one person making the film, right? We had lots of people doing specialized roles. You have to do everything because nobody's going to pay 5 people to do that one reel that can come out with the help of AI. Why do you need anybody else? You have AI. Figure it out, right? So all I'm going to say, it was tough then. It is tough today. It sounds very, very overwhelming. You don't need to know all the answers, but you need to figure out how to trust your voice, how to build your voice, and whom to trust when you are going, or who you're letting yourself get influenced by. That's all that I have. I am the non-official PR person, not been in an agency, and I think I had the advantage there that it was always outcome driven for me, and the ability to look at what is the outcome of any activity became more important than anything else. So I just hope you're feeling all right this morning, and there are things that are happening out there that are great and exciting in PR as well. And we hope that you will join all of us on the communication side. Over to you, Peter.
Thanks for that, Dan. So I'm going to start with you, Melissa. And, being in a kind of a captive workplace where you have a whole lot of employees, who are your kind of first port of call, apart from the other stakeholders that you have outside, how do you kind of build, and most of the people in the workplace today are multi-generational, so we have 3-4 generations in the same workplace. How do you kind of build that trust in them for them to be good advocates of the brand in the outside world? What are some of the things that you've seen, and what are some of the things that you can tell us that could be done?
First of all, I just want to say to all of you, don't get daunted by all that we shared today. Because honestly, as communicators, you all are custodians of a brand. That's a great responsibility, but it's also a fun responsibility. And every year, even for me, even though I've been so many years in this business, gets more and more exciting. Because there are more challenges, newer tools that we have, newer ways of looking at it. So you will enter an industry that's very exciting. Now, to go back to Peter's point, I think there are few things that really hold good. First of all, today as we see it, and I believed this for a long time, it's become more real today, that really employees are your new media. They are the source of trust and credibility if you can build it well. And if you build a great employee advocacy and ambassador program within your organizations, that's the best spokesperson for you in a world where there's so much of misinformation. Think of yourselves as students of MAHE and the kind of power you have to build the reputation and visibility of MAHE itself. So that's the way we look at employees, but I think it starts with a few things. One is the culture that you build in an organization. And I've worked with many organizations, I've worked in organizations, and I can tell you that currently the organization that I'm at, I've never seen a culture that is so true right from the interview process. When I did my interview, I did about 7 rounds with leaders from India and the US. And when my last round was with my president, who I report to, I just asked him one question that I had. I said, how can you be so consistent in the experience that you create for a candidate? And that's the kind of experience that's created for what we call team members, not employees. So it comes from being true to your culture and who you are. The second is how your leaders lead. Your leadership needs to lead with candor, with transparency, being truthful and honest about what is around us, what's happening in the environment and all of that. There has to be that believability that's created. And the third piece is, I think, knowing your team members, knowing your employees. You talked about the medium. I actually commented on Minari's post about medium being the message kind of going away. We started when I did my PR course, talking about McLuhan's medium being the message, and then everyone started talking about the message and the storytelling and things. Today, I believe we've come back to the medium being the message, because if you cannot hold your audience with the kind of message, the platforms that you use and the media that you use, you will lose them. So knowing where your team members are at, knowing what works best for them in whatever fashion that is. We started off, I can give you an example, we started off with doing podcasts a year ago. And then when we did our research, and always use research and data to back anything that you do, we found that they wanted video. So now we are talking about vodcasts. And in fact, the first one I'm going to look at today. But the fact is that this is what they want. So take them along with you, carry them along, know what they like, know what they don't like. And when you're working with a multi-generational workforce, obviously you can't have the same message delivered in various ways, but you find combinations and strategies that will work for everyone. And how you do it, I think, is magical. So there's a lot of creativity that we have that we can use. And that's part of the beauty of it, right? Being able to do something different, and it's different every year. But look at team members and employees today as, we talk about UGC, but I think everybody now is talking about EGC, which is employee-generated content. How do you get your employees to actually talk about your organization? Not forcing it on them, not giving them what to say, but creating that environment and receptivity where they feel the need to say it and share it. Of course, you also run the risk that if you are not an organization that has the right kind of culture and environment, that your own employees could be talking negatively about you, and you need to manage that. So there is a risk to it, but on the other side, on the flip side, there's a strong, positive, environment that you can create.
Yeah, absolutely well said. You have to really put your money where your mouth is. You can't be a management that is just talking something and doing something else. And you have to carry your employees along, because in most organizations we find that there's a significant portion of employees who are just sitting on the fence. They won't commit to loyalty in the organization, but they're not dissenting with the organization. So you've got to influence them, convert them, and move them along as it goes. But I'm very curious, Gayatri, how many sleepless nights you have, because here Melissa talked about one stakeholder, principal stakeholder, which of course, even though it's multi-generational, but you rattled off a series of people who are your stakeholders.
I forgot the media, very important stakeholder.
Yeah, I know.
Gives me sleepless nights every day.
Yeah, but with your immediate stakeholders, your contractors, your permanent staff, because again, they're a mixed bunch. There are people on your payroll, you probably can control them better, but there are people who are not on your payroll but are kind of working for you as contractors. And then you have temp staff and permanent staff, and then you have passengers moving through the terminal. How do you manage all this?
We have about 140,000 passengers moving to the terminal every day.
Every day. Yeah.
And the way we are growing, exponential growth, Terminal 2, most of you must have traveled to Terminal 2, great terminal. Now phase 2 is coming, very similar building. T3 is coming up as well, and it's going to go up to 100 million passengers. Today we are at about 43 million passengers a year.
So tell us how you don't have so much of grey hair as some of us have here. Because how do you manage all these stakeholders, and how do you make sure that they also work as amplifying?
Yeah. So what we have faced is a lot of spies within the airport for the media. So they have friends, media have probably studied with them in the same college, same school. They're all from that Devnahalli, Chikbalapur area, right? And they talk, they take photographs. There was just a few days back, there was a dog which somehow found its way inside the apron. It was on the apron, it was not on the runway. But then the news all over was, dog on the runway, where is your security, where's your safety? And that was what was questioned. So again, fake news, lot of fake news, like Sharon rightly said. We go back to the media, get it corrected. We ask them to write corrigendums. We get that corrected, and handling all these stakeholders. Yes, you have people having maybe a food poisoning episode at one of the outlets, or recently there was a cafe where somebody found a worm in it. Yeah. Right? Supposedly found a worm in it. I don't want to name the entity. We've had one fog, one rain, the runway gets flooded, your flights are disrupted, or your baggage belt doesn't work. We had an incident a scenario where about more than 10,000 bags were left behind. It was one whole belt that didn't work for a couple of days. The vendor was in Netherlands who had to rectify it. Recently, Indigo saw a lot of disruption. We recently introduced something on the curbside where the lanes, right, the entry into the lanes, which had a lot of negative news as well. So how do you manage that, because expectations are very high. Oh, this airport is a very well-run airport. It's beautiful. It's an infrastructure. It's a public infrastructure. It's something, it's a pride. It's the pride of, most people in the city. I've had a lot of media come and tell me, we wish these kind of roads were there, in Bangalore, in other places in Bangalore. Look at the infrastructure here, how beautifully you've done it. Why can't the city replicate this? Look at all the landscaping. So much of rainwater harvesting and all that is done in the campus that I've not seen one dry leaf. I've had media come and ask me, even during summer when the city is, having these water issues, this whole place is so green. So a reputation that's been built over the years, but it can take one small thing for it to just collapse. We saw it happen recently with the curb issue. A lot of passengers were complaining, but we had to do it because we're expanding. We needed that space to actually do a lot of refurbishment and for the T1 operations to improve. Stakeholders, DGCA was here. The chief secretary, who's our board, chairperson of our board, was here. We had the transport minister who was here, and again, because with so many stakeholders involved, a lot of community people, a lot of unauthorized drivers operating, a lot of touting that happens. They keep coming and touting passengers and they keep asking them to get into their cars. They overcharge them. So lot of issues there. How do we manage so many people? We have to be, only way to manage it is to be very consistent in what we have to say. Keep repeating the message. So what I've understood about one important lesson I've learned in communication is keep saying the right thing 100 times. One thing 100 times. So that's what we keep telling even our leadership whenever we train them, whenever they come in front of the media, we keep telling them, keep repeating the same thing, the same story. We are a well-run entity, and there is a certain reputation to keep. And we're doing this for keeping its reputation. And we always have those key words that we keep using. Safety, security is our key priority and all of that, right? Those usual words. So we keep repeating that. And I think over the years we formed that trust, and it takes a lot for that trust to be built. And that's what we've continued to do.
So I'm going to jump to Anne actually, over here, because you again are dealing with a lot of stakeholders, many of whom you're not you're not even seeing them. There are people who are in the hinterland, they're probably using your platform to actually process their own transactions or do something. How is it from that perspective in terms of creating that trust or making sure that also they understand what your intent is as a brand and how you're benefiting them? How does that work?
So before I answer that question, just to give you guys context, I work for Arya.ag. It's an agri-tech company, and what does that mean? If there's a farmer and the farmer needs to make money on their produce, we figured that when they're selling their produce right at the time of the harvest, they don't make that money really well, right? Because there's so much produce in the market. So the advantage that you give them is if you enable storage, if you allow them to store their produce for when the prices rise, there is a financial uptick there. Now we are talking about not somebody in Bangalore, but 300 to 500 kilometers from Bangalore, right? So in Bangalore, you will have tons of warehouses. But when you go closer to the farm gate, you will not find the storage structures, the infrastructure, the beautiful roads that you're talking about, which is near the airport. That's not going to be available. So how do we offer that? So we offer storage solutions closest to the farm gate. But at the same time, now if I put my grains in the storage, then how do I manage? Because I'm not a big company. I don't have money. I'm living on day-to-day expenses. So what we do is we allow you, and you don't have land probably because the land is not in your name. You have, it might be in your partner's husband's name or your grandfather's name, whatever that it is. So can I use what I have, which is the commodity, as a collateral to receive the loan immediately? So that's what we do differently. Please keep in mind that you might be coming from a family where you get calls. I get at least 10 to 15 calls of please take loans, right? Messages, 10 lakhs loan available instantly. The farmer is not getting that. She is not getting access to loans and finance the way that you are. If she needs loans, she needs to go and stand at the Adatya, because the bank is not going to give her that small a loan that she needs for the time. Okay, so she needs to go and loan from somebody at an 18 to 20%, a much higher percent, and paying that loan back is going to be impossible. So what we are solving for is the second step is financing, funding that commodity for the period that it's there in the storage, and making sure whenever the prices are right, then I will connect you to the right buyer. So it's a simple value chain. You have a commodity, you store it, we take care of the security of it, we take care that the commodity doesn't damage because it's not it's grain, for heaven's sakes, it gets spoiled, there's moisture, there's pests, there's all of that. We take guarantees on that, and then we pay you to manage, we give you a loan against that commodity instantly. within 10 to 15 minutes, the loan hits your bank. And then whenever you're ready to sell, we will find one of you, we will connect you to a buyer. Now, the point that Peter's trying to make in terms of stakeholders, so that means now, look at the scale, 3 billion grain across 21 states, which is about 60% of all of India's districts, and about 1.5 billion in loans. That's what we have to manage on an annual basis, which is a lot, if nothing else. So if I pretend that my messaging is reaching the we end, I'm just pretending that, right? My communications is not hitting there. Let's be honest. In the hinterlands, what Anne is saying is not making a difference. But what is making a difference, as Melissa said, is the person who's coming there to meet you and talk to you and saying, see, my company exists and these are the solutions that we are able to give you. So my job is to make sure that every employee is saying the same things. Now, just to give you context, there was a point about 4 years back that we were running now 3 companies, right? We have an NBFC, we have a storage solutions, and a commerce business. Each person is going to say, I have this solution, I have this solution. And like me, there are many other companies going and saying, the pest control guys are saying, okay, please use this pesticide, please. Who do I trust, right? You just need my money, I will pay you, and after that, if I don't get my value, I'm in trouble, because everything depends on a season for a farmer. If the season is hit because of climate change, because of rains, they lose money. So trust cannot be built by messaging just from the corporate side. Trust cannot be built overnight. Trust is built with time, with messaging the same thing over and over again, and making sure that every experience at every touch point gives you value. If you come into the college and the security guard harasses you, your day is gone, right? From that point, from hitting the security guard at the warehouse, to who you're going to meet, who's going to interact with you, how is your paperwork done, if there is paperwork, and what is the messaging? What are even the people around you taking away or speaking about you? All of that matters. And of course, the media really helps when there is a story about your company which is being pitched and they're talking great things about how a farmer has done well, which, by the way, we have about 24% increase in income over one season, which if somebody works with us. So those numbers really help. It's a slow process. But it's the same message over and over again.
So Shirin, I'm curious to understand how the agency model has kind of moved. You're an agency veteran, you've been there for a long time. How has that model kind of evolved? So two planks here. One is this misinformation that you spoke about, 800 people missing. How does an agency which is responsible largely to amplify corporate news and get that kind of trust back from the stakeholders, how do you kind of, make sure you have a very strong governance model to ensure that, everything is kind of authenticated, vetted, and also you're able to withstand the pressure of a client, because client pressure is, a different thing altogether. The client always believes that they are the supremos here. You're only the arms and legs. You have to run out and get the work done. So how do you kind of make sure that whatever you're getting out is good? And then how do you make sure that you're using the right kind of influencer mechanism to kind of, get the right story out at the right time and make the maximum amount of impact? Has there been a dramatic shift in the way the agency operates? And many of these people might want to join agencies. So you got to tell them.
I hope so. All right. No, I think it's very difficult to answer that in a straightforward way, but I'll probably break it down. I think everything boils down to absolute economics, Peter. What you spoke about 300 journalists being laid off is a very unsettling truth, because today people are creating information even before journalists can. Journalists, even today, are trained to be the custodians of truth. They have to verify facts and then put out a well-informed information, which then can be cascaded as trusted information, right? Today, what's happening is that a lot of the publications are struggling with getting readership because no longer are people subscribing to newspapers. There was a time when newspaper subscription would obviously help publications thrive. Then they realized that, I think COVID was the tipping point when everybody went online. Until then, online news was free to consume. Anybody could Google and get news online, right? But during COVID, when print circulation suffered is when all publications, media realized that if consumption is shifting online, then I need to monetize my platform. Otherwise, how am I going to earn revenue? How am I going to pay salaries to these journalists who are working hard, right? Immediately after that, the thrust or the pressure on the journalists became that you have to break that story first. Now, when that speed, agencies are associated with speed, news agencies are also under pressure for speed. So when they're under pressure to push out that news, there is very little time left for them to verify. So what unsettling truth I face every day is that most of the younger reporters are trained to break news on Twitter first because it's all about eyeballs. Who gets that hit first? It doesn't matter if something is wrong. And when we reach out to them saying, hey, but you know, the usual practice is when you hear something about a company, about a person, you are morally obligated to reach out to that company and verify the truth. Where did you do that? Did you reach out to the company? Did you reach out to the agency? A lot of them say, no, there was no time. But if you have a alternate narrative or a data to share that we will update the story. Because the fear is about, I cannot move the story now because it will impact my SEO. And SEO is everything today. We are in a digital native time, and SEO means currency for them. So I think for us, as an agency, fundamentally, business model has not changed. But I think the way we are allocating resources is going to change very soon. In fact, the problem here is not so much about disseminating information. It's about controlling where it is being carried, right? And what is being carried. Because by the time that information is out there, and I make a correction, because your journalists never write the headlines. It's your copy editor. I don't know how many of you are familiar with how a newsroom works. A journalist reports and gives a potential headline, but it's a copy editor who changes it depending upon what suits that page and everything, right? So by the time you reach out to the journalist saying that this headline is so misleading, can you please rectify it? It's a factual error. If you're a listed entity, your stock price has already been hit because you've put out something which is not factually correct. And by the time the agency manages to correct it through that reporter, it takes a few hours. So I think time is currency, and the pressure on agencies is to ensure that we control as much information as we can before it is pushed out. So there is very limited opportunity for a journalist to misinterpret something. Which brings me back to my next point of brands have to simplify their communication. And that's one of the biggest challenges I find as an agency partner in counseling my clients, because all of us love English and we all want to be Shakespeare in how we describe our brands. Sometimes I really want to ask my clients, can you tell me in one simple line what you do? Even within WPP, the agency that I come from, the parent entity, we have so many advertising and branding agencies. If I go to their website, they talk about shaping brands. I was like, can you tell me what you do? Advertising, branding, what do you do? Can you in one line tell me what you do? Because if I'm not able to relate to what you do, anything that you say is a credibility issue for me, right? One is keep it simple and idiot-proof so that nobody can probably misinterpret what you're saying, right? That, I think the simplicity in which you can communicate makes it that much more easier for somebody who is very young and not so informed to prevent making a mistake online. And that reduces your time to have to course correct. Frankly, that's where we are right now.
So it's interesting you should say that, but some of us have faced different challenges, because before explaining what the brand does, we've got to explain to people what the brand is all about, and we have to explain to them the brand actually. When we rebranded from Citl to iFlex, Many of them thought we were a wellness brand. Okay, so that was a big challenge to educate them. And I know Ronnie's gone through some challenges in his current place of work, and tell us a little bit about it and how you solved it.
Yeah, and just to put this into perspective, when we rebranded from Cittil to iFlex, we were part of that team that helped Peter do that. So we had those discussions with media. It was Citigroup, Citicorp was so well known at that time, and then suddenly iFlex. So it's a similar situation I find myself in today. So just to give you some background, I've always worked in the technology sector. I've worked with well-known brands. I mean, I started my career a decade and more in an agency side. So if anybody tells you that you shouldn't work in an agency, I completely say you should. I mean, there's no, you will have more opportunities to go directly into companies now, right? That's the way the world has changed and shifted, and it's the easy money. It's a faster, quicker money. But if you can't evaluate your agency, if you don't understand how they work, then you're not doing yourself justice, you're not doing your company justice. So just to go back, started my life in an agency for about 10, 11 years, and then I moved to technology companies. And I worked with many well-known brands. So there were HP, Accenture, Amazon. And so suddenly when you see that you have to create a brand from scratch. So the company I work for now is a company called Kyndryl. Many of you probably don't even know it. When I first accepted the offer and I went and told people about it, they said, "Oh, you work for Kindle," Amazon Kindle, because I had just come from Amazon and to me that became, okay, Kyndryl, that's just the very bare bone truth about how you have to change when you have to create an identity for a company, right? We learn about that in college. We learn about how you have to create brand identity. You learn about how you have to, get messaging correct and all that, and that's very theoretical. But to live it, and that's one of the reasons I joined. I had an offer from another well-known brand again at the same time, and I said, no, this is a challenge. So what it entails really is, nobody knows what we are. We are a company that spun off from IBM. We're a $15 billion company, spun off from IBM, and we're in a space called IT services, this is the heart of IT services, Wipro, Infosys, TCS, HCL, and we're an American MNC company, spun off from IBM, trying to build a brand in a media landscape that loves the Indian IT services companies. How do you do this, right? It's difficult. So a couple of things that I learned along the way, and I've been with this company now for 4 years, is creating a brand is not just about the name. It's a culture transformation also. And where that's very evident is when you start working with people in that brand. So when we spun off from IBM had a culture. And so the people that moved from IBM to Kyndryl have spent 20, 25 years sometimes in that culture, right? They're used to a certain way of doing things. But we had to create a different identity, which means that our employees have to think differently, right? They have to be more accountable. Whereas in a structure, maybe previously they could just talk to their manager goes up, and it goes up, and then finally somebody makes a decision. That's not the way anymore. None of you want to be asking for permission to make a decision, right? So again, our company is relatively new. We want to be flat. So that was what we tried to do, right? We kept the organization flat, asked people to be more accountable, make decisions quicker in the interest of the customers. Surprisingly, what you find also is that it's very hard to do because people don't want that accountability. They want responsibility, they don't want the accountability. And so what you tend to see then is a real need for culture transformation. We have a chief culture officer. So a lot of my communications that I'm doing in the first 2 years was, yes, we were creating brand identity. We were talking to media, and that's sometimes the more easy part of it because media want to know about you. They know that you have a heritage, and then they want to know, okay, now what's the new entity all about? So that the first 1-2 years is easy. Subsequently, then you've got to find stories that are equally compelling, right? That don't have a very news hook, as you call it. So that's one part of it. And then there's another part, which is internal communications that you build, and you have to teach people how to do things differently. So just to give you an example, when you're trying to build a brand identity, and you're trying to tell people to follow brand guidelines, the red has to be this way, the blue has to be this, or whatever, right? The different guidelines that we have. You take your guidelines to your employees, and they will say, hey, but we're flat. I want to get this out quickly to my customer. I want to create this template. We have to do this. And just yesterday, I was in a meeting with my president and marketing person, and we were looking at a piece of collateral that came out from one of our business teams, and that it was very different from anything that we would like to put in front of our customer. So it's like what you're doing, you're creating a brand identity for Wavelength. And each of you is doing their own collateral and creating it out and sending it out. And then when it comes to me and I have to decide if I want to be on this panel, yeah, well, I don't know what this is all about. So I think consistency is important. Knowing when you're building a consistency is really important. I like what Gayatri said, repeat something 100 times, right? Because that's the only way you get the message across to employees. And if your employees get that right, they send the same message. Another example I'll give you. When I was working at Amazon, if we wanted people to speak externally in conferences or as a media spokesperson, in most companies we just would evaluate them, we'd check if they're good, if they have enough knowledge, and we'd do some basic evaluation. In Amazon, there is an actual test they have to do. There is a 100-page document that they have to learn, corporate messaging, reading. We evaluate them with that test. We fail them. The number of leaders I failed, and then I have to work with them. Not an easy task, right? So, but and then there were facts, right? This is the number of employees we have. This is the number. It is all in a repository. It gets updated. If it doesn't get updated, and if somebody uses that, they get pulled up. It is that level of. Now, you would think that this is not good. This is just, no, it's infringing on my liberty. I want to. But I'll tell you, for a communications person, that was heaven. Because every day we struggle with someone giving some random number, and then we're called about that. So that's heaven on one side, but that's also a bit of an extreme. It gives you consistency of message, but it doesn't help you with innovation. It does, well, not innovation, but just as creativity maybe, right? So I think, when you build a brand, build for culture, build for consistency, plan for unique differentiators. How are you different? How do I stand out from a TCS, a Wipro, Infosys? These are the things you should think about as you build a brand. And it's a really amazing challenge because every day is new. You build a brand from scratch. I started with the company and as it just started. So you can see that journey. You have access to senior executives that you never would have had if you were in a well-established brand. It helps you a lot. You learn a lot along the way. So.
I just wanted to add, I was telling Peter, I wanted to give an example of the Flipkart when Sharon was talking. Because years ago, what happened, when it was in its early stages of formation, there were a lot of media leaks, lots of misinformation, particularly as they were going through their rounds of funding, lots of speculative reporting. And what they decided to do was to control the news. So they created an internal newsroom. And they actually appointed a journalist from the Economic Times as editor of that newsroom. And he wrote the stories. And I think in the process of doing that, they also discovered there was so much of information to mine from within Flipkart. The data they had, the stories of people buying, selling, etc. And that's what they did. And that then became the source of information. I don't know how well it works now, but I know the first few years it was an incredible source of information, and the first source of information for any journalist who wanted to do a story on Flipkart. So there's some ways where you can take control and it can work.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's very interesting. I think you've heard a lot of our voices now for the last, we've droned on for about 40 minutes. I'm going to just open it up to people who have any questions. Soon after. So, and I think we also have a time bar, right? 12:30? Oh, it's 12:30 now. So we have to go now, is it? Another 10 minutes, 15 minutes? 15 minutes. So I want to cover just one part briefly, but before that, any questions that anybody has that you want to ask anybody on the panel?
It's like we're at a wedding and did anybody protest?
So just tell us who you are and
Yeah.
tell us whom the question is for.
Yeah, I'm Muskan. The question is for Ronnie, sir. Sir was talking about culture and how important culture is in terms of brand building and not just the visual identity, right? As new companies, it's extremely difficult to maintain that kind of talent density that is mature enough to understand the culture that you want to build, right? So you often struggle with either having people who are not that experienced, but really good, or people who are extremely experienced, but also set in stone in terms of the culture that they sort of bring in the company. So how do new companies sort of mitigate that?
That's, so first off, hearing myself called Ronnie Sir is, I wish my son would do that a bit more often. I don't think he does it, but it's Ronnie, okay? And look, that's a really good question, okay? And it's a question that we struggle with. I won't say we've got the answers correct. Our workforce is very much young millennials, right? But at the same time, they're led by people who are 10, 15 years in the business, right? So there's this huge gap sometimes. I think it boils down, I don't think I have an answer from a corporate perspective. I think what I can say is, look at it from a person to person's communication style. What I've found works is that you've got to meet them. If they are someone who is in the younger generation and likes that autonomy and wants to think, give them things to do, right? Do not micromanage. If there are people who want to learn about things, give them that space to do it. But at the same time, when you're dealing with executives, right? And that's a different ballgame, right? You have to be very precise. You have to be very clear about what you can deliver. Because one of the things that I've realized is that if you try to wow them with all your knowledge about the field, they don't care. They've given you a task. This is the problem I'm having. What's your advice? Yes, they would want to know about that, but what's your solution? And you've got to trust your instincts, you've got to trust your gut, your experience. And if you say this is what, and they may not accept it, right? That's a part of growing up in an organization and having respect for experience a little bit there, right? So what I tend to do is I listen to what they say. I do give them the pros and cons of what, like a lot of times everybody believes they're a communication expert. It's one of the toughest things to be in I sometimes wonder if I'm doing a legal or law, no one's going to come back at me and say, yeah, but I know that better than you, okay? No, nobody knows the law. And so the legal team is in a much better position, in my opinion. So, but everybody knows how to write English, right? So we're all communication experts. So your senior executive is going to come and say, but that's the way you should do it. A memo is how we should do it. You should write emails. And we have this problem. We had this problem, and I'll give you an example. And it's a little bit off from what you asked me, but we thought that communicating to everybody was through email. That was the culture in our previous organization. So we had hundreds of emails going out, right? It became crazy because our HR team, our independent teams were sending 2,500 emails in a space of 6 months. It was crazy, right? And who's got time to read this anymore? So we got on this whole thing called Project Noise. We created a backlog. We used some of the tools at our disposal, Microsoft, SharePoint, and other tools. And we mapped where these emails are coming from. And then we went back to the drawing board and said, look, people on average spend this much time. No point in doing that. Let's use Teams. Let's use SharePoint. Let's use different aspects of, and we brought the functional teams together, the senior leadership, and we said, this is how they're seeing. When we put this story on our intranet, it's got better engagement. When we put the story on Teams, and the manager puts it on Teams, his team, which might be 100 people, listen to it. But when we send the email out, nobody's even opening it. So I think look at how you customize your communication for the specific audience. If it's a senior person, respect that they have an opinion, meet them halfway, provide your advice, but solve for their problem. I think that's most important. And the other thing I would say, when you're in an organization, the first few days you're in that organization, deliver. Because you're judged. If you don't deliver quickly and you don't deliver well and you're not responsive, then that creates an impression. So it's really important. It's what's helped me along the way. Don't try to come in and rock the boat all the time. It doesn't work. There is months and months and years of traditions that you've got to kind of learn first, unwritten rules, and then and once you've gained your reputation, you've gained trust from your stakeholders, you can effect change more easily. So that's please.
I think Ronnie's covered it, but I'm also seeing that there's a gender lens in this. So please remember that if you're a woman who's trying to make a point, and if it's a lot of men in the room, there's always going to be the point that you were talking about, something set in stone. Don't, as Ronnie said, don't try to rock the boat. Don't go with the attitude of you know it. Empathy is something that's very hard and is always expected of us, but I would recommend that highly. It would be nice if you were always trying to see the perspective of the other person, right? That maybe they have a point and they have an understanding that you don't know, which is experience. It might seem a certain way, but they know certain things that they may not be able to explain in a certain way, but it exists. So probably think about it and go back to them saying, I considered your point, and can we do this for a short while? The ability to listen to people and then not fight them constantly, but somehow convince them that you're both on the same side. That's the way. So yeah, I do realize gender is a big piece. Tread that carefully. Yeah.
Extremely good point there, and it's very real. So thanks. That's a great point to bring in, and it's important.
Yeah, you got to read the room, and you got to read the organization. I think that's basically two things that it's essential that you do. I'm going to just kind of ask all of you a question relating to storytelling, because that's become of great currency today, and that's become very important in every organization. We are dealing with multiple different points of view. We are trying to empower people, who may not be directly connected with the organization, as employees, but who could be certainly influencers. We have an agency perspective here because ultimately, what is the kind of techniques that are being used to create that narrative? There is a technology angle to it because people are using AI. Is that good? Is that bad? Is it the death of creative agencies because I can create beautiful graphics on AI and circulate them? So I want to ask each of you, from your personal experience at the workplace or otherwise, what really are you seeing, or how are you seeing storytelling evolving? And I'm also assuming that all of you agree with me that storytelling is crucial in today's day and age. So perhaps we'll start with you, Anne, and then come down this way.
I'll keep it really quick. One thing that we realize,
we're standing between, we're standing
yeah,
between
the lunch.
them and lunch.
Yes,
So
yes, absolutely. One thing I'll give from my example. If you take a press release from Agri-Tech or from any tech and you read 5 press releases, you'll know where you stand. Everybody has the same jargons, transparency, quick delivery, whatever that it is. You will see the same language, digitalization, all of that. Nobody gets to the point. I think, what are you trying to say? I think people are just like you and me. We like stories, we like experiences. What is the story you want to say? For me, it's, I've simplified it as, we enable India, the smallholder farmer, to sell when the time is right to the right buyer. The moment you enable that piece, that's what the outcome is, and that was my story. I did realize we had a big challenge. Images, when I want to show powerful images, and everybody had, of course, there's privacy issues, there's just me using your image because you are in a farm and I'm in a town should not be okay. And everybody in the agri-tech, you had the insurance guy who's, who's wearing that red kurta and a turban. You will see it stuck all across Bangalore. The same guy is being used by my competitors. The same guy is being used by bankers because that's what's available online and free. So how do you solve and differentiate yourself? We took a decision that we would move into illustrations. Okay, as simple as that. For as long as we can, our language became illustrations, that the moment that you see, Arya's decks, you will see illustrations and you will see everything there in a specific palette. So making that story as simple as possible and finding a differentiator for yourself so that your voice is not lost among a lot more similar stories. That's something that I felt as useful.
I think that's a question.
Good afternoon to the dignitaries. So, how can PR and corporate communication teams stay relevant when AI is increasingly deciding what gets communicated and what doesn't?
Sorry, you
Can I
weren't very
repeat it
clear.
again? Yeah,
Could you
I'm
speak
sorry.
a little louder?
How can PR and corporate communication teams stay relevant when AI is increasingly deciding what gets communicated and what doesn't?
Can I take that? Yeah, please. Okay, very important question. I have a very simple response to that. Journalism has not died because 5 people can use Instagram and write their own tweets and promote it, right? See, I think every field has its own relevance, and that relevance is built over credibility and trust. There's no other way to put it. Today, you're right. All of us see AI in a good and bad way. We can't deny it that we are going to be living with AI, okay? That's a reality that you can't shake off. The only thing that we have to do, especially my generation and above, we have to change our mental models. We can't fight it. Of course, we've been trained a certain way where human ingenuity is very important, okay? So for us to now put something aside and let AI write something for us and then let that be our authentic voice does not work. For brands to survive in this time, and even for you and me to have our own personality and character, our own human ingenuity cannot be put aside. It's very easy today for trained communicators like us, and in fact, Melissa was saying this, if I see 5 press releases, Sharon, I know if AI has written it or if a human being has written it. And that is correct. It is about the authentic voice of the person. AI can never mimic that. AI writes very generic content, but it's only a human being who can actually bring in customization, bring in that authentic voice, and the empathy into that communication, which AI can never do, right? Ultimately, the communication is successful only when the recipient can relate to it in the most human way. So AI can never replace human genuity. And I think going forward, even to answer Peter's question, even if agencies like us were to use AI to build in productivity and efficiency, what our clients are going to pay for is the human in that team, not for the AI in that team.
Thank you so much for
Just
the insightful
one point on this one, right? And quick 30 seconds I'll take is, in our company we are at the IT services, right? And so we deploy large scale IT infrastructure for some of the, Bile is our customer also, so we work very closely together. So we run their mission critical systems. But increasingly, we can't have everything done by humans. We need to have AI involved. But there is a concept where we have created frameworks, and there's always a human in the loop part of it, right? So to answer your question, whether it's a corporate communications division, whether it's creative division. I think there's still going to be a human in the loop cycle for the immediate future for some time, till we get comfortable with it, right? Till we understand that this is the limitations, and we're still learning about the limitations. We're still learning about the potential. I don't think we're at a point yet where we're going to see master placements. Yes, you'll see that hyped up in media and all that, but that's not absolutely the reality. There is a reality to it. It's not absolutely the reality.
Yeah, quickly, we are a very traditional setup, right? Airport setup, and we do use AI. Say I use AI to draft something. Unless and until I have my own thoughts, my own emotions, my own feelings of what I think about that particular subject into, say, giving the prompt, doesn't work. So definitely a human element is required, and I don't think AI is going to replace any of the PR folks anytime soon. Not going to happen. Storytelling, you want to take it? Yeah. Quickly on storytelling, since it was a question, a lot of things to communicate about, right, at an airport, and we use different forms. Like not everything can, be through a press release. Media gets fatigued. We use a lot of influencer engagement. Say if we have a new lounge that's opened, we call a lot of influencers, engage with them, and create that buzz. Say we're launching a new product, like say a meet and greet assist, like a cab by BLR service or something. What we do is we invite the media, we make them experience it, or we have a walkthrough done through the airport, we make them experience it. So there's a lot of different ways in which we communicate. And storytelling today, you can't be fixed on a one particular format. We also have, like Melissa said, podcasts, and we participate in a lot of external podcasts as well. We are developing our own internal video podcasts as well. That's also something that we're doing right now. So it's evolving, and we learn with it. And yeah, that's what we do. Thank you.
So very quick points on storytelling. I do believe that storytelling has always been there in communications. It's nothing new, but to go back to Peter's point, a lot has changed. We're looking at shrinking attention spans, which means the kind of formats that we use are important. And I always tell my team, count every word and make every word count. That's important. The complexity to clarity move is extremely important. And don't forget the visual element as well as the experience that you create. The experience is also part of the story. So for instance, if you're doing an event, how you create that experience tells the story.
Yeah, I'd just like to first of all, thank my panelists for being here. I said 140 years of experience. We could have gone on for 140 hours of conversation. We've kind of crunched everything down, but they're going to be around, so if you want to have a conversation, you can do that. And I just want to conclude by just saying one line, what I said in the beginning. It's basically from channels to outcomes. It's from visibility to credibility. It's from messaging to meaning. And finally, it's from campaigns to trust systems. That's really the new operating model that we're working in, and see how you that model and what you can do to make the best of it. I also have the pleasure of unveiling your newsletter, which is again a great example of speed. This kind of summarizes yesterday's proceedings, so it's out today. And let me just open it up. I'm sure a lot of work has gone into this, and it looks great right at the front. Yeah, sure.
Yep. I also see Syed over here. He is a great one to talk about information and misinformation. Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you so much for that. And with that, I would also like to call upon Sindhu and Nadia to speak a few words about the newsletter.
Check. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sindhu, And my name is Nadia, and we are co-heads of the press committee. Thank you for being here today and sharing this moment with us. This newsletter isn't just a publication, but it's also an accumulation of all our efforts, ideas, and creativity throughout the process. We'd like to extend our thanks to Dr. Shilpa Kalyan, Dr. Sunan, Dr. Amrita, Dr. Pradeep, and all our faculty and staff who helped us along the way. We are deeply grateful to the conveners and reporters and our editors also, who put a lot of work into creating this beautiful edition. A huge, huge, huge round of applause for our designers who work tireless days and nights to come up with the layouts and execute it on time. A huge thanks to Donna and Ikra for all the illustrations that you see. Thank you. Because of you guys is why this newsletter exists, and this is because of all your beautiful minds sitting here. So thank you so much. Thank you. We would also like to thank Mr. York for officially unveiling the newsletter. Mr. Peter York for unveiling the newsletter, and we look forward to growing this platform. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I would now request Associate Professor Sayakpal to hand over the mementos. yes.
And now I would like to announce that it is time for lunch. For students, it will be at AB2, whereas for guests and media faculty, we will be here facing towards J block. Remember, be back by 1:45. There's been a slight change, not 1:45, 1:30. Be back by 1:30. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. I believe it was someone in the middle of the Okay, let's go. Yes. I'll leave the script here, right? Yeah. Anyone can come.
the desk. Should I just like tell you to ask you to change this slide? Yeah. No, because I already have this, and I think it would be better if I say if you change this slide. Sorry.
No, no, I'd just say next slide would be better. And then I will pose the question that way. Yeah. So, yeah, can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, this is for actually the third question, where I just want him to comment on two of these gestures from the film. Yeah, take it to the next slide. हाँ, but इसके पहले there was a photograph, ना? Third slide, Lavande, there were two pictures, right? Which had a link to this song. Yeah. ये sound सही आ रहा है ना भाई? Sound. What is the fourth slide, Chris? Oh, yeah. Fourth slide के लिए, but we also need that one before the video. After that Zafrani pulao, I want to ask. Yeah, chup wala video, I will ask, and Hello? Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, what about those two pictures then that had the link? No, because I'm thinking, just one second, let me look at the I think it's better to have that also, yeah, because that would be like a seg. Once I'll introduce the question, and then I will say, can you play the video, and then you play the video. Okay, yeah. Right after this. So, fourth would be the video. Yes, that's correct. And after that, can you move ahead? Okay. Wait, 1 second. Nothing. Okay, then, yeah, go to the next slide. So this is where the Shamitab question comes in. Chup, 1 second. Yeah, I think correct. Because right after the Chup question, there is going to be a question on arrogance and conceit in art making, and that's when the Shamitab question comes in. Right after that, okay. Yeah, go to the next slide, please. Yeah, that makes sense, because this would be like the Guru Dutt question. So, perfect, thank you. Yeah, after those two, Bachchan and Dulkar's photo, then we have the. Okay, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Just that one video we are playing during the fourth slide. Yeah, all good. never. No.
bottle it. ಆರು ಬಾಟಲ್ ಆರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಡ್ರಾರ್ ತೀನ್ ಬಾಟಲ್ 1 2 3 ಸರಿ They said it will start same with it. Like, but I announced from last month before we had the chance to meet all these most respected directors. There is a short trailer made for him by these digital creators. Isn't it like a film for film? What do you want to say? Made for him by the digital creators. Someone said he began Gitanam said he began 10 minutes or yeah, he's not far away now. Even in the same auditorium, this not that I opened the floor after question, Michael was questioning, sir, what could you show? We heard all these reports and we were delayed. We were like, no, what's going on? Are you okay? Like, nothing happened, right? So the client, like, God forbid you get hurt. Yeah. Oh my God. You forbid, because clearly your God doing your acting. Exactly. Created the whole world. Exactly. Everything revolves around interviewing like home. Bro, this is why people hate Bollywoods. Yeah. This is why all these reports come out. Yeah. And then they have that PR agency. No, you actually got the honest person. See the charities he's giving to. Oh my goodness. He's not a pedophile. Look at how many children he's donated. Oh my God. I am angry right now. There is something. I'm now on if I had to deal with these people every bloody year, I would be the same. Even I would walk like this because God forbid somebody talk to me. I don't want to risk it.
Sir. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Correct. No, sir. 1, 2, 3.
Balki, he's here. He's here.
Hey, everybody, please get everything ready. He's there.
Oh dear.
He's already there. So, in 5 short minutes, everything will be set up.
Yes.
There, in the booth.
Christ is in the booth. Christ.
Chris, so everything ready?
No, the trailer also ready. Yeah. Shitty. Kurpilla.
Huh? Who's this? Call, call.
Please tell everybody to come. Shweta, everybody tell everybody to come in. Everybody is there. No, 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 everybody will come. Specifically, it was 30 everybody.
I said 1:30. You left early. You left early. I made an amendment to that announcement. What a fuck. ஆமா லென்ஸ் இருக்கு இங்க லென்ஸ் கேப்
sir. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you had a lovely lunch. But before we get into a chat with one of Bollywood's most respected directors, we would like to play a short trailer that the students of the media department had made for you, sir. R. Balki is a renowned Indian filmmaker, screenwriter, and former advertising professional, known for his ability to merge meaningful social commentary with accessible, mainstream storytelling. Before entering cinema, he built a successful career in advertising, serving as group chairman in Low Lintus and shaping several iconic Indian campaigns. In films such as Chini Kum, Pa, Shamitab, Ki and Ka, Padman, and Goomer, Balki explores unconventional relationships, gender roles, disability, and personal resilience with sensitivity and originality. His work is marked by strong characters, emotional depth, and a distinct narrative voice that challenges norms while remaining deeply human. Sir, it is my honor to welcome you to the stage. Yes, right there. Joining him, we have Dr. B. Geeta. She holds a PhD in film studies from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences from the Indian Institute of Technology in Bombay. Her research includes film history, genre cinemas, star studies, film aesthetics, and archival studies. Dr. Geeta is also a recipient of the Fulbright Nehru Doctoral Fellowship in Visual Arts. Ma'am, it is my honor to invite you to the stage.
Hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay, perfect. All right, hi.
Hi, hi.
I want to start this conversation with an anecdote. And just a few minutes ago, I was telling him that there is a connection with my name and one of his films. So this feels very cosmic to me. And I'll tell you what. In one of the Hindi language films, Shamitab, right, which we just looked at, Dhanush's character, Danish, in a meta-cinematic moment, speaks about and makes a reference to my name. He says, तुम्हारे माँ बाप शायद तुमसे ज़्यादा प्यार नहीं करते, इसलिए उन्होंने तुम्हारा नाम गीता रखा होगा. And this very foreign-looking woman asks him, why, what is so wrong about this name? And he says that एक अच्छा नाम चुनना मुश्किल काम है, और तुम्हारे माँ बाप ने वो मुश्किल काम नहीं किया. So thank you, Abhay. I'm Geeta. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad that you're here. And I must confess that I have confronted my parents about this already. And I'm here to confront this man.
I am so sorry.
Yeah. Behind this idiosyncratic vision. Let's start with this germ of an idea, you know, this gem of writing that we think about. Whether it's writing as a solitary exercise or whether it's writing as, say, a collective collaboration. How do you think of writing as a germ in your work? Let's start from there.
Firstly, hello. Thank you guys for being here. Writing to me has always been, I've always been a writer right through my life in advertising too. So writing to me is a kind of an expression of my thoughts. So for me, the most enjoyable part of filmmaking, I look forward to writing a new idea. So I just believe that's when you really can do exactly what you want. I don't think of what is possible, what is not possible. It's a stream of consciousness kind of a thing. You just keep writing. You don't plot it. I don't manipulate kind of a thing. You get into all that much later. But the first time you write, you just write it like a flow. I mean, which is without, with all the basic discipline of writing already ingrained in you through years of, kind of communicating. So once you get the communication right, I think the writing is all about just letting your thoughts flow.
Okay, that's interesting because it really helps me in thinking about my next question, which is when we think about filmmakers, we either start with a character or with a conflict. But your films actually work with these interesting set of what we call speculative what-ifs, right? Like what if a man wanted to be a house husband? Or what if a serial killer attacked film critics? So do you think that this what-if concept ever traps you into making the story fit into that idea? Or do you think that if the idea is strong enough, the story will organically unfold?
I think always an idea comes with a world in your head. It doesn't pop out like a phrase. A what-if moment happens not just as a possibility, because the possibility is meaningless unless you can just have a vague image of the world around you. So I feel that you get excited by ideas, you want to kind of work on certain ideas when you feel the world around it already in the image of the idea that you have. So like, for example, in Chup, it's an idea that I've had for a long time about killing film critics, because simply I just believe that if you have the right to say something about my work, I should have the same right to say something about your work. Where is my avenue to kind of criticize you? I always wanted to kind of start a kind of a platform where somebody would give stars to the critics the day after they kind of gave the stars to the films, There's some very bad reviewers who give 5 stars to nonsense, 1 star to something very, very good, just because they feel a film has to be like that. So then you could give a star to that. Now, I always feel that a filmmaker any artist can develop either a sense of humor, a very thick skin, or a very thin skin, and could react. There are 3 possibilities to the whole thing. What if there was a very thin skin and I wasn't wired to be socially adjustable, and I was just wired to kind of be free? So what would I do with a very thin skin? Okay, and funnily, Chup came to me with a world of a romance rather than, as a killer. What if I love films so much, but that love cannot be cerebral. It cannot be kind of, theoretical. It has to be exhibited through a person. So the love for cinema, I made it into a love story between 2 people, actually. So that's that. So the image was there inside my head, a love story. So it was easier for me to write it.
It's interesting that you speak about love story, right? And of course, any of you who have seen Chup, I'm sure all of us have here. When we think of this romantic love story, yes, there is a conventional romantic arc between Dulquer Salman's character and Shreya Dhanvantri's character, but there's also an interesting cinephilia that is at the center of Chup, which is the love for cinema that you just mentioned. But there's also an eerie sense of love that the protagonist has with himself, right? Can we have the AV team play that video for us? I want us to look at this video and then we'll get into some of the aspects of the song. Here I see 2 different modalities of romance, yeah? One is a romance that we feel with cinema, this sense of cinephilia, right? This love. But it's also a very eerie form of love where he's literally, this kiss in the film is a very eerie, obsessive kind of self-love. How do we think about this registers of love from conventional mainstream representations of love?
Actually, this was a song I just shot for a promotional kind of thing. It was not in the film. Yeah. When we were going to think of, I said, what promotional song can I do for a film like this? So I really believe, actually, this is the most normal part of the film, because most people are in love with themselves. And they try their best not to accept it. And they try, then we go into the various yogic programs to figure out how to love yourself more. But fundamentally, we all love ourselves the most. So, and especially artists, I mean, God help normal people who are, not normal people, non-artists who are in love with artists. You have to kind of accept the fact that the artist loves herself or himself the most. Because without knowing it, it's not a selfish kind of a love. It's an obsession with your thoughts, your feelings, your way of looking at this thing. So while they are more while you can look at an artist and say, he or she exhibits great empathy and look at the world, looks at the world kindly. I really feel it's the artist is more obsessed with the way he or she looks at the world, not so much at the world. And I think so. The love for oneself is very core to most human beings and amplified in an artist's life. So, and a failed artist and an artist who has been traumatized by society actually goes deeper into loving, or the relationship with oneself goes deeper because you're very alone in the world.
That's very interesting, because this is something I'm sure whoever writes and researches and teaches would also relate to. And I think as an artist or as anybody who enacts some form of creative practice, there is always a tension between, say, call it self-belief, conceit, or humility, right? This tension between humility and conceit. And we see that in many of your characters also. Say, take a film like Shamitab, where clearly there is a tussle between somebody like Dhanush, who is the face in front of the camera, but the voice behind that is Bachchan, right? So as somebody personally, and also through your characters, how do you negotiate this tussle between conceit, where you know that it's as if the universe has endorsed you to do this job and you are going to be obsessively committed to it, versus, say, humility, where you know that there is so much out there to be learned and you are aware of your finitude? How do you reconcile those two impulses?
I don't reconcile them. I just let it be. I let the conceit come through as it is, and I let the humility kind of come through whenever it's necessary in the character. Because no character is purely conceited. No character is purely humble. We're all a mixture of a lot of things. We are conceited some point in time. We are humble some point in time. But I just let it kind of, because for me, it's not about conceit or humility. It's about making conceit aspirational. It's about making humility aspirational. By aspirational, I don't mean something in terms of lifestyle. I meant something that, hey, if I was going to be conceited, I'd like to be like this. Like when I was doing Chinikam, if I wanted to kind of be sarcastic, if I wanted to kind of romance, I would like not to say I love you. It's very mushy. Can I just say, oh, you think you're very beautiful? Okay, fine. It's that kind of a thing. So the tone of voice may not be, when you describe it, the man may seem pretty rude. But when you see it, it's pretty aspirational for both. But it's pretty, I may want to be like this for both men and women. So I always feel every character, whether it's a killer, whether it's a sanitary napkin maker, whether it's a husband, whether it is even a child, like in Pa, I just wish, I always like to kind of bring something into the character that either is not part of that particular character, and would give something for people to say, I want a child like this, or I want to be like this, or I want to be like this. Because I think cinema is all about just not reflecting what is in the outside world. Cinema is about almost kind of painting, or a very, hope the world is like this kind of a picture. For me, cinema is always that.
That's quite interesting, and I want to think about one of the statements that you just made, say, regarding something like Chini Kam, yeah, and about, say, Bachchan's character. And I want to specifically speak about this song from Chini Kam, Baate Hawa, yeah. And in most of your films, and I specifically want to point to Chini Kam because it often speaks about romance in very understated, ironic, and self-aware ways. And this song, Baate Hawa, is one of those manifestations, right? And one of the lines in the film says, impress karne ke liye, and this is framed by Bachchan's voice, where every stanza of the song is framed by Bachchan's voice, yeah? And he says, impress karne ke liye 25 lakh ka haar bhi de sakta tha, lekin aapko bina price tag ke de nahi sakta, right? And then he says, agar price tag hata ke diya, to 25 rupaye ka lagega, right? So how deliberate are these deflations of love, and how deliberate are these grand gestures that we make in romance during the process of courtship? How much were you thinking of that when you were thinking of a film?
No, I wasn't thinking of anything. I was just kind of echoing my wish list that somebody would understand what I believe. I just don't understand the meaning of jewelry. I mean, how does anybody, why do people spend so much money on that piece of metal? And you wouldn't even like gold in your room, but you want to put gold in your stuff, and nobody knows whether it's real or not real. I also don't understand the meaning of giving flowers. I mean, it's beautiful and all that, but what's the point? I mean, all the things associated with like candlelight dinners. I can't see the food. What are you going to see in candlelight? I can't see your face properly. How is it romantic? I can't stand this Chinese lighting, in a Chinese room. Why can't it just be better lit? I mean, it's just that these are things as a man that growing up, you just have these things. Wish someday you would meet somebody who would understand this core of mine. And unfortunately, Gauri says she's not that person. So she's exactly the opposite. She wishes all that were true about me, and she can't see. That's why she can't see an ounce of romance in me from her point of view. Because my wish list is always, hey, can it be like this? Why?
It's interesting you mention her, because if you look at the song, Tabu's character, and specifically sung by the beautiful Shreya Ghoshal, says that 6 foot ki diwar pe dil ki khidki hi nahi hai, is what she says. In fact, she is enamored with him, but she's also mildly irritated by this living monument, the 6 feet living monument. How do you think about that? And also, I want to take this opportunity to give a shout out to the legendary Ilayaraja, because he has been... Yes, thank you. Because he has been so monumental in creating this sonic world of Chinikam. Can you talk to us about this collaboration with him, and also how did you create this space of, especially in this song, this space of hesitation, mild irritation, but also some form of affection between the couple?
With Ilayaraja, I was a huge fan of his. For me, cinema started with listening to his music. I was not very interested. I started imagining how the songs would be. And I've been quite disappointed seeing the visuals of many of the songs on screen, but I would always have stories in my head of what the song should be. So, grown up like that, and even in advertising, I've tried to use lots of his tune. Even Idea was a thing of a song from the film Gita thing there. So, Idea, the tune was that. So, when I first went to him for Chinikam, I went as a fan, and I found a child. At that point in time, he was also 64. So I found a child, actually. Whatever people spoke of Ilayaraja, I don't know. So it was extremely warm. And I said, I want to make this film, so would you kind of do music? He said, of course, Balki, come, sit down. Okay, tell me the story. He loved the story and all the stuff. He says, good. Fun, this is fun. Then he said, okay, what is the first song? I said, sir, I know your first song, second song, third song, fourth song, don't do it. He said, what? He said, so first song is this song. Second song is the original. Third, he said, Balki, you're doing an original film. Why do you want me to take my own same tunes and kind of do a Hindi version? So I said, sir, unfortunately, a lot of people have flicked so many of your tunes in Hindi cinema and made a name for themselves. The number of songs that are actually Ilayaraja songs in Hindi cinema, in the days before copyright laws became very, very strict, many people have made the name. So he said, yeah. I told him this song. So I said, for once, I want the rest of the country to listen to some of the music which I have enjoyed. The only way to do it is through Hindi cinema and through you. So he couldn't refute that logic much as he was dead against it. So he said, background score I can do myself, right? Or you have scores for that also of my song. He said, no. So you please do exactly as you want the background score. The only thing I told him after listening to the first background score was the fact that, sir, this will be the song for the next film. Sir, this will be the song, this will be the tune for the next film. So he's a guy like that. So we had great fun doing it. And when he finished it, he told me a couple of things. He said, and there were a couple of moments of great, nostalgia where he used to go to a cupboard. He said, what song do you want? He said, I want this song. I said, 1 second. let me go. He went to the cupboard, he took out his music sheet and he showed me this music sheet. This is the song you want? I don't know what he had written in that music sheet because I can't read music. I said, yes, sir, that looks like that. It's fine. That's the one I want. So it was such fun. So there he would have, you know, people playing the guitar, people playing this, people playing this. You know, in the keyboard stuff, you would have Dilip written that. Eman had played the keyboard for that stuff at that point of time. So he had Dilip for Manravan. So he's got all kinds of people there. So this is a gold mine of a cupboard where possibly India's greatest songs are lying as music sheets in one studio there. Which he dusted out for me because he has never gone and revisited any of those things for me. So I became like, you know, he's a magician. To me, he's a magician come sportsman, besides being the man who made most of South India fall in love, gave South India the background score for their lives. There was one thing he did once. I just told him, I remember this was during Pa. I will never forget it. He said, it was a song that Bachchan had to sing because it was a song after his death, then how he kind of sings that. So he said, okay, well, okay, I'll do it. Nothing. So he composed, he did this song. Again, I said, I want that Irish Celtic tune you had done for this one. Again, you want me to do this. Okay, fine. The best thing is, Bachchan's very, you know, shy of singing in front of somebody like Ilayaraja. So he told me, okay, you just send the tracks. I'll sing it in my private studio and we'll send it to Ilayaraja. So Ilayaraja said, okay, fine. You send it to, he sent the tracks. So Bachchan recorded the song and I was there in the recording and he sent it to me. And then in Chennai, we had to see the final mix was being done in Chennai. So Bachchan had come down from Bombay to see the final mix. And Ilayaraja was there to see the final mix of the film. And he saw it. He said, Balki, 1 minute, come here. He took me to a corner. He said, I'm leaving now. You bring him and come to studio. I said, bring who? He said, bring Amitji, come to studio. So he said, why, what happened? You know, 3-4 portions are all basur. I have to correct all that. So how do I tell Amitabh Bachchan, no, the 2-3 things are very basur? So quietly all happening, we enjoy cracking joke. I said, Amitji, if you have 5 minutes, let's go there. It's not 5 minutes, 45 minutes drive. I said, 5 minutes, we'll just go to the studio and go, why? No, Ilayaraja just wanted you to come and see the studio. And it was like something. I said, okay, what do you want me to do? How far is it? All that stuff. I said, fine. So he went, Balki, where are we going, man? This is like another land. Go, it's very close by, but the traffic was so, this thing, but it took 45 minutes. Went there. So he thought, okay, Ilayaraja would take him around the studio. No? So he called him the recording room. He had put a stool for him, you know, in front of a mic. And he said, please sit. So Amitabh Bachchan said, what am I supposed to do? He said, Amitji, he wants you to re-sing on portion. Balki, what do you do? What a crook you are, man. What is this entire thing? What is this thing I've got? So you have one, that time they were both, I think, 68, 69, both of them were. And 116, both of them are exactly the same age. So this 69-year-old man teaching that 16-year-old man, kind of saying, no, not like that. This is, and Amitabh Bachchan squirming, controlling all his kind of stuff, listening to this man bit by bit. He finished. He would not leave him till he finished that particular stuff. 2 hours he sat, made him finish. At the end of it, he said, thank you, Amitji, bye. And he left. So he's the magician, he's a sportsman, he's having fun. All that time, Ilayaraja is having fun. There is not an element of seriousness in him. Just tunes just flow out of this man. God knows what happens. You tell him a situation, in 5 seconds he's like this, he's like that. He's saying, how is this? I did a masterclass with Ilayaraja in Goa in the film festival. And I was supposed to do a simple thing like a director, give him a situation and on stage, and he was supposed to just compose the music in 5 minutes. So I said, okay, let me test this guy. So he said, Balki, don't give me some very wrong situation, bad situation. Don't use your warped mind to tell me. I said, okay, come, sir, come. So I said, sir, I want you to compose a track, a background score for a son who's coming to kill his father. Okay, that's the track. She said, Balki, why are you like this? Why can't you think simple like this? Or he told me, I said, no, sir, you're a magician. Do no. There. He just turned around. Okay, this audience will keep quiet while I'm composing. He said, if you don't keep quiet, if they don't keep quiet, you go, sir, you leave, sir. Audience pin drop. 2,000 people in the auditorium. Pin drop silence in the Kala Academy, whatever. In 3-4 minutes, he played the tune. He played a lullaby. Okay, he played a lullaby. I said, sir, I've given you a situation where a son is coming to kill a father. Hey, drama, mama. He said, Balki, that is why you're director, I am music director. So you know why? What is the problem? So he said, see, if you really use your creative mind, the son, when he's coming to kill his father, it's the last time he's going to be thinking of his father. After that, only guilt will happen. Last time, fondly, he will think of the father. What can you think fondly of the father? Only some lullaby that he has sung for him as a child when he's growing up, and he's put him to sleep. That's what echo. So last bit, when murder is before murder is happening, imagine the lullaby the father sang. What drama. This is how I make directors, Balki, he's telling me. So I laughed my guts out. The 2,000 people enjoyed themselves. In 3 minutes, the man cracked an idea, beautiful tune, which many people have asked me, Balki, can you ask Raja sir, can I take that tune? I said, no, yeah, it is public domain. No, you can't take that. Millions of people have seen it, you cannot take that tune. So in 3 minutes, if a man can create an idea and then create a tune for that damn idea, that man's a genius. So many films, he's done many films like that. Like Nanjatai Khilade and all the stuff, when people are doing the Parumame, the song of jogging in Cubbon Park, and kind of, just two people falling in love jogging in Cubbon Park. He just did a whole thing, the jogging, who does song for jogging? He told me. So jogging means you to hear you have to hear the footsteps. No point hearing trumpet and guitar and everything. That's all background. Footsteps have to be the thing. How can you do a beat on a footstep? So he couldn't find a single footstep which matched the sound of a footstep. Footsteps don't match the sound of footsteps on a mic. Only a hand, the correct hand on the correct thigh can match the sound of a footstep on the stuff. So he tapped himself in some 4 other places out there, and he said, okay, this is the kind of rhythm which is there and stuff. He did a whole song on footsteps as a rhythm. So he's a tripper with great divine music sense and a tripper. That is, there are trippers and there are divine music people. But the combination of these two people, it's almost impossible to find in the world. And sorry for the long thing on Ilayaraja, it's still very, very short about him.
This is fantastic because I think it's only this divine presence that can call Amitabh Bachchan a Besura, right? And I want...
No, he said, sur. Yeah. He didn't call him a Besura. He said there was a sur problem here, the sur problem here. Yeah. Because Amitabh Bachchan is even more particular than Ilayaraja about his sur and all. He doesn't like all those machine corrections of his sur. He likes to... And to be challenged by saying, no, I caught your thing of sur here.
It's fantastic because I actually want to stay with sound here for a bit, okay? And I want to speak about, say, Shamitabh, because if you look at the entire structuring narrative of Shamitabh, it's the face of Dhanush, but it's the voice of Bachchan, right? And it's almost, the film splits their stardom across 2 different bodies. One is the body and one is the voice. So how do you think of voice, and especially with a figure like Dhanush, say, a man who looks a certain way, right? But then you have Bachchan's voice, which has a certain baritone. And how do you kind of therefore think of performance and sound when you think of a film like Shamitabh? The splitting of the stardom that happens between these 2 bodies.
I actually didn't go so deep like that. I let the story evolve after that. I was going to Amitji's birthday night. We had called a few people. And again, like this character in Chinikam, I can't go give Amitabh Bachchan flowers. I can't take a bottle of wine or champagne. He doesn't drink. So what do I give this man who has everything under the sun? I didn't know what it was, so as I was going, there was a lot of traffic jam. So the only thing I can give him maybe is an idea, okay, to this. So this idea of Shamitabh happened on the way to his house, and to just give him a gift, to say his voice is a blind spot in his body. What if I was to take his voice out and kind of put it on somebody else's thing? Again, it becomes iconic. So I remember still today just going there to his house and whispering, Amji, happy birthday, take this gift. He said, where is the gift? Yeah, what there? I just whispered to him, this is the idea. He just looked at me and says, let's do it. I think, That's all he said. That's what happened. Then I got into the ego between the voice and the body and everything. And the whole film, it was possibly the first film where the film was dubbed first before it was shot. Amitabh dubbed the whole film first for Dhanush to act on it. So when Dhanush was acting it, the most difficult role in the film was Dhanush's, because imagine you have Bachchan's voice playing on stage, okay, and he has to sync that voice without acting like Bachchan. Try speaking like Bachchan without acting like him. It's not possible. And Dhanush managed to do that. Dhanush managed to be Dhanush and kind of, you know, do that.
That's so lovely. I'm actually thinking about, say, your fluid transition, say, from advertising to something like cinema. And there are two very different modalities of expression. I want to ask you, do you think in your mind, it may not necessarily be that, but do you think in your mind, Balki the filmmaker is Balki the ad man with an extended runtime? How do you think of these two creative selves when they are especially in maybe say agreement or in contention with each other?
The advertising is a story for a cause. Filmmaking is a story without any cause. It's as simple as that. I don't make films for a particular cause. The cause, if there is a cause like Padman, I didn't do it for menstrual hygiene, like I said. I just did it. Who gets the chance to do a film where a sanitary napkin is the hero of the film? You don't get a chance to do it. So I said, oh, lovely, yeah, it's a great idea.
Starring sanitary napkins?
Starring sanitary napkins, co-starring
Kumar?
Akshay Kumar. I'd always told Akshay that only. In that. So I really enjoyed that. But in film, in advertising world, like when I was doing, I remember this, you kind of have stories in your head which you fit into a reason for a brand, or you tailor the story to a brand, because you get all kinds of things. Like I've always fantasized that there should be a world without, if everybody had a number and not a name, then there would be no caste wars. You know, just imagine if our phone numbers were our names. Why do we have a name and a phone number? It doesn't make sense. No? So it's like everybody had the numbers, then who knows who is what in this? That was a fantasy you had. Then you found a device to kind of get that. The other one is, actually I had the fantasy, but somebody else came up with the idea, and I said, hey, this is superb, that particular idea on that. Again, the same thing was when I was doing Havel's Wires, I remember, where the little boy for the construction worker mother, she keeps always touching, burning a hand and making the chapati, and he kind of rolls the wire and kind of does that. No? Havel's wires that don't catch fire. So I actually have always, my mother used to make chapatis when I was young, and nobody used to eat chapatis except my dad. And my mother never used to use the tongs. She always used to do this on that thing. And I always used to curse her and curse my dad. Why can't you eat rice? She always burns her hand. And she used to do that every day. And it was out of anger. I was angry with my dad. And that anger stayed in my head about that little burning of the fingers every night. And I used it, and I said, hey, there was a story brewing in my head, and I found a product to match the story, which is brewing in my head there. So both are stories that are either in your head or you create, but you find some cause in the product to fit in. In fact, the product dictates what kind of story, which is either in your head, you can create. Whereas a feature film, you just create, you just do what you want.
So, like say for feature film, are you essentially saying that it doesn't necessarily come as a forethought that it's going to have a social message? Not necessarily.
I don't think feature film is a social messaging kind of a thing. I think that's a fallout of it. In fact, I've done more social messaging in my advertising than feature films, because we started this entire thing of social messaging in Tata Tea, in Jagore, in Idea, in Lifebuoy, and a lot of brands. And I've always used that in advertising as not any great desire to change the world. Yes, people can do humor in advertising, you can remember an ad. I always tell people, like in products, we all gravitate towards products that give you 15% extra free. You look at a biscuit packet and you see 3-4 biscuits extra, or chips, Lay's gives you 15% extra Lay's. Hey, it's good, no? Some kind of a thing, you want to eat that. Same thing, why can't advertising give you 15% extra? So you sell the product, you tell a story, but why can't it just leave you with a little kind of a thought? So I always did that 15% extra free with advertising as a device to differentiate, not to kind of change the world. I don't believe in social messaging because I don't believe people receive messages. People take out their messages themselves. Let people kind of feel that they have created the messages, not it's been preached out to them. And that's how it should be always.
Interesting. Thank you for that. I want to actually think with you regarding your process that you have with your actors, as we all looked at this particular clip from Chup. And can we have that particular slide from Chinikam and Chup again, please? The second slide? Yes. So I was looking at this, one of the statements that the Tamil actor Karthi had made during the audio launch of Ponniyin Selvan, where he was specifically mentioning how there was a simple line where he had to say, Thambi kaiya vidu, which means, brother, leave my hand. And he said that there is a particular modulation and metric with which Maniratnam works, and there's this insistence on that exactitude, that you can't really move around that. I want to know your take on something like this when you work with your actors. How much of it is there an insistence from your side for that exact nature of that line? And where do you think the actor's intervention leaks into it, into any form of scene making?
I'll tell you. This is something, it's a very interesting thing, because I'm very particular about the meter, because I write to a meter. I do not write dialogues. I write away a certain line. A lot of things, when you read them, you may not get the meter, but when you say them, you get the meter. And I'll give you a very small example. This is my first day of my shoot of my first film, Chinikam, and Bachchan is going to strut around the kitchen, firing the cooks in the kitchen, saying, and there was one shot, this is the very first shot, of Pehle hing, uske baad pyaz, uske baad ye, hing ke par, he's firing the chef. Okay, that was the first shot. Set up. So today it sounds hilarious. That time I was like crazy. The first shot I've ever shot in my life. And that's Amitabh Bachchan standing there. So full get up, everything. Very excited early in the morning. Balki, best of luck and all. You wish me. Fine, cool. My cameraman PC Sriram there, set up everything. So he does the first take. So I said, this is too loud. How do I tell Amitabh? How I'm going to direct Amitabh Bachchan? So all those. I said, Amaji, just one more. He said, why? Just one more. Okay. He went and did it exactly the same way. I said, Amaji, little lower. He gave me one glaring look. I said, okay, take it. He did exactly the same thing again. I just breathed and I said, Amaji, one more. He says, why? Just safety, Amaji, just one more. Came and did exactly the same thing again. And I was and he kept looking at me. He knew I was very disturbed, and I said, Amaji, just a little. So what do you mean like this? I said, just a little low. He looked at me in front of the whole unit, 120 people. What do you want me to do? Yeah? How do you do it? I can't act. You just want me to do deadpan. Just like that. I said, yeah. He just gave me one look, and he came into the camera. He just did that shot without one expression. Without no intonations of that thing. No drama. Like, says, Bagi, I'm going to the van. Shortcut, chain set up, going to the van. He went to the van. His dress person called me. So, Bagi, he wants to meet you in the van. 1 minute. So I thought he's walking out of the film. First day, he has a director who's telling me not to act, just to be completely this thing. So I went into the van, and he opens it. Hi, Balki. Looked at me and says, I got the film. Thank you. Tak, shut the door, went. So that was the tone of the entire film, where he just knew that don't emote, don't do sting, stand and deliver, just say it, deadpan sarcasm, deadpan happiness, deadpan everything else. Even the smile is almost deadpan, where only you can see the smile. Like it's just that, except for the last scenes and all. Just tell him go. He got it bang on. I never directed a single shot after. He just went and did first take of everything under the sun. So sometimes you have to be very clear with actors about the meter of your film, and they get it just like that, because everybody has a certain way of processing. They don't know what the meter is in your head.
I mean, it's great, because I was just going to get to that particular scene, and I'm particularly interested in this scene where he's he is tasting the Hyderabadi Zafrani pulao, right? And it's almost like a ceremonious chewing of that entire dish. Because here is a chef who knows there is a conviction about his own craft. And in the second image, and this is a particular gesture, a very quirky gesture I'm also interested in. When you were shooting this film, he is not necessarily wiping his tears in the normal way that people do, right? He's going about it in a very circumlocutus way to do this. How did you think about this particular scene?
This is like, it's as if somebody else is wiping my tear, but it's me. Me is the somebody else. Yeah. So it's always that. No, suppose you want to hug yourself. Yeah. If you want to do, you'll do this, no? Yeah. If you're wiping, like, this is a normal thing. Yeah. But if I say, please wipe my tear, you will be sitting next to me, you will wipe this. No? So it's me coming from there to that. So it was just a, these are little kind of games that you play with yourself and kind of do that. That's all.
Lovely, lovely. I want to actually stay with this image for a bit longer. And I want to ask you, there is, of course, a clear homage to Guru Dutt, right? When we think of a film like Chup. And Chup also comes at a time where we are thinking about, say, the studio system, the demise of the studio system, and how studio system made possible certain creativities and also constrictions with actors, directors, etc. In the contemporary moment, right, with production cultures, you can call it star-driven, data-driven, platform-driven. Where would you locate risk and creativity in, say, film production and distribution in today's times? Not the studio system, necessarily.
I really think that we are seeing, you know, a very, what do you say, a very unreal side of cinema. By that I mean, actually, cinema always, it's not about what are the number of hits and flops. Right through its evolution, right across the world, only 20%, in a very good year, only 20% of the films that have been made have made money. 80% of the films, that's a very healthy year. Otherwise, the average would be 12% of the films that actually made, they recovered and made money for the people. So right across time, this has been the case. I'm not talking of just the Bachchan phenomenon where 25, he's got Silver Jubilee. There were other films made when Bachchan was not acting in them. So, and how did it happen? You know, it was never a corporatized industry. This is not an industry. It cannot be corporatized. Because how do you corporatize an idea? How do you corporatize an emotion? How do you corporatize a thing of saying, let's see if you like this. I'm going to tell you a story. How do you corporatize storytelling? You can't say, tell me these kind of stories. That it's not a story. Tell me these kind of things. It's not a story. Tell me a story that you like. Is a story, right? Tell me a story that you want to tell. Is a story. And right across time, cinema, in many, many cases, including the great Hollywood studios that used to have studio heads, but the fundings always came from people, and very strangely, very shady people or non-shady businessmen who had nothing to do with the industry, but who just wanted to be associated with the glamour, glitz, and the fame of the industry. People made their money somewhere else and wanted to not invest in advertising, in cinema. They wanted to kind of spend it on cinema. You know, they didn't want to invest it in cinema. So when you go to spend, when that is your culture of the creation of cinema, you will see a lot more experimentation. Because imagine a guy like Kamal Haasan, who's a big star. I mean, imagine making Moonram Pirai at the height of his thing. Today it won't be commercially viable. Imagine making the kind of films that he has made, Raja Parvait, all these kind of stuff. And today the same person would be looking at cinema very, very differently and saying, how many guns are there, how much slow motion. Today it's like cinema is more slow motion than cinema. You know, we think cinema is actually being cut faster, but more people are walking in slow motion than ever before. Everybody is walking at 90 frames. You don't know whether a person can ever walk in 24 frames. How does the person look when he's walking in normal speed? You don't know. So I really feel sometimes to preserve cinema, first thing, the truth of cinema, I don't know about preserving cinema, the truth of cinema is it can never become an investment. It has to become an expense. And in the expense, if you actually recoup your expense, let's say 2 times out of 10, if you recoup enough to spend it on another 8, to lose it, that's how it's going to work. Okay, it's never going to be guaranteed 10 out of 10 works. That's why even if you see platforms and everything else, when it was corporatized and the platforms started dictating this is the kind of films they wanted, in the beginning they were willing to kind of say this, this, this. Right now they're also kind of worried because the same is also not working. And they don't know what the different is, because the different is something that you depend on a creator to kind of do. So you're caught in a situation. But I think cinema needs to maybe realize the truth that it can never be corporatized. It's a very difficult, it's not a business in that traditional way. It cannot be corporatized. It was never created like that.
I want to, that's very interesting. I want to take from one of the points you just made regarding slow motion, right? And let's think about slow motion in terms of, say, camera work and camera angles. And I'm here thinking of somebody like V.K. Murthy in the 1950s, since we spoke about Chup and films like, say, Kagas Ke Phool and CID, right? And if you look at the camera work of this, there are these noiristic frames, canted angles, and we are talking about deep work with deep shadows, chiaroscuro effect, etc., etc. I want you to tell me, in your films too, most of your protagonists, whether they are romantic, obsessive, or poetic, they are in a quiet friction with the worlds around them. And I would argue that somebody like V.K. Murthy, he kind of brought that through his camera angles and through his camera work. How do you see your visual registers being played out like that in the characters that you film, where you see that the characters are slightly awry in the world that they are a part of, even before they say something or make a statement about it?
I don't kind of have a certain lighting pattern for my film. I have a certain mood in my head for a film. And when I speak to PC, my cameraman, or we're very clear about, like, for example, in Chup, with Chup, actually, the climax of the film was shot in the same studio that Gurudutt actually shot Kagas Ke Phool. Was in the same floor that Gurudutt shot. So we wanted to create Gurudutt's black and white in color. So we had plotted this for a year to kind of, get the same kind of lighting. He had a hole on the, on the roof of the studio where the light was kind of thrown there, but we could do that today. So we had to light it up kind of differently to get the same kind of mood. And Gurudutt and Chup, actually the whole color scheme was what if Gurudutt shot in color. And that was what it was. Otherwise, in films like Chini Kam, the location dictates the mood. London, I just wanted to show London in a way that is not Bollywood. It's not like the same old situations of, the usual situation, but the things that where I have kind of wandered, because I walked a lot around that city, because my advertising other office was in London, so I've done a lot of walking there. So I knew that, so I know the moods, I know the kind of feel for that film. So like that, even in Pa, we're very clear about the locations that we wanted to kind of shoot. Like in Cambridge, we were walking around Cambridge. Sometimes you have divine accidents. Like I was sure of, I wanted to shoot at these colleges in Oxford and Cambridge, and I was walking on the town square of Cambridge, and I came across this massive clock. The clock was actually installed just about 6 months ago. It had a bug on top. It's like a bug that keeps, pushing the clock. And you get a feeling that it's a bug that's eating time. Okay, when you look at it, it's a fantastically designed clock. And serendipity, I just went there and I saw it. I said, Bisi, this is the center of the film. This is everything out there. Where do you get that? You don't get that. And I remember when the end of the film, though we had got permission, the Cambridge Council and everything else, so much of the clock was in the film. The creator of the clock wrote to me and said, Balki, you did give me credit for creating the clock. I didn't even know there was a creator. I thought it was part of the Cambridge Council, whatever, because nothing was mentioned there. So then I made sure that we put his name on various other things, wherever publicity you could do. So sometimes you find divine things like that.
Interesting. I want to again go back to one of the points you just made regarding Chup, where you said you were conceptualizing how would it look like if Gurudutt made this film in the contemporary times. Say more. We want to hear more.
How would he light up? See, studios have to be lit up in a certain way. And since he's a fan of Gurudutt, he would do that. How would he be in his dark spaces? Like Gurudutt's dark spaces are different. What are my dark spaces? How are his, and he's evil. But he's got he's a florist. So if Gurudutt had a flower shop, and I studied a lot of his romantic moments, they are not bright lit. They were actually even shafts of light coming through wherever he was. Whether it was in a house, whether it was even in the open, you will find trees, the light filtering through the trees. And there was a certain pattern to his lighting, certain mood, and there was certain finesse to his camera movements. We tried our best to make Chup not this fastly edited psychopath thriller like it is normally done, but in the grace and the feel of Gurudutt, we tried to kind of do it that way.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you. Because just the palette, the color palette, and whether it's the chiaroscuro, they all add to that that vintage studio system.
The color palette for every film is
Yes.
very important. Like in Padman, actually, we went to this Maheshwar and we shot the whole, almost 80% of the film in one location on the banks of the Narmada and those steps and those mills out there. And we're very clear, the color scheme of the film is actually white. It's a little oyster white and brown. That's all the film was. And the sanitary napkin is white. So I want the film to reek of white. If you see, he's mostly dressed in white in the film. And that's for a reason, because you need to get a world and a mood around the film.
Fantastic. I want to speak about another important technique in filmmaking, since we spoke about sound, color, performances. Let's talk about editing a bit. Have there been moments when, due to perhaps creative conflicts or disagreements with either the editor or producer, you had to let go of a scene? And if in those cases, how do you resolve such creative conflicts?
No, I sit in the edit of all my films. So I sit with whoever my editors, I've had some fabulous editors. So sat with them, and they're very clear about what we're doing. I like to edit scene by scene by scene. I don't like to see a full film. I like to see an edit of a scene. I like to sit in the edit, correct that scene, then go on to the next scene. Like, that's how I like to edit. No, there are no conflicts. In fact, most of the people, I have removed more things than what anybody else has asked me to kind of remove, because I just feel it's too long. And some of my editors told me, no, Balki, let it kind of stay, let it stay. I said, no, nobody. Like in Chup, his background story, his flashback of him as a child was much longer. I said, flash it. Film is over. Nobody's going to be interested. I'm not interested, so why would anybody be interested? So let's kind of do a flash, and so move on that thing. So sometimes you end up doing things. Sometimes Goomer, I had a very clear way of pacing the film. I knew exactly how it must be paced on Goomer. And the mood for Goomer also was very clear, because it had to be a brightly lit cricket film, and cricket has to look like cricket. And it had, I don't need mood for Goomer, very clearly. So I think sometimes a subject of a film, Padman had a little more terav than, let's say, a Chup would have. Every film requires its own pacing, requires, depending on the emotion, what it is. So I'm quite clear of it. I don't think there have been any instances where I've had to remove things that anybody else has asked me to remove.
Okay. Let's take this maybe as a final question, since we have about 5 minutes left. Let's think about this particular moment, say in a film like Chup, since you spoke about the studio system. Why do we still have fascination with the studio system? It's as if there is a specter, it's like a haunting ghost, right? That kind of hovers over the history of cinema. How do you think about that period?
Chup was not a thing about the studio system, it was in a studio.
Yeah. But we also see influences of Gurudutt, and we cannot detach the studio system and the 1950s era from a film.
Gurudutt's not part of a studio system. He produced this film himself.
But how do you think of the studios in general, when you think about space, when you think about a structure, or maybe
it is the most romantic image. I mean, I think Gurudutt has made the most, if you look at a studio floor, it's not very pretty. It's a lot of lights, a lot of dirt, a lot of dust, a lot of ropes hanging out there. To actually give the world, Gurudutt and a lot of other filmmakers also across the world have made that space, that 100 feet by 80 feet studio floor, the large studio, the most romantic space of cinema where magic is created in one hall. But it's a dusty, dingy, ugly, dirty place most of the time. When you go to the studio floor, say, is this what I came? Imagine a person, I remember going to the studio floor the first time, after dreaming of doing a film through my childhood. I go there and say, this is what it is? Till the magic is, you will feel very disappointed. Till the magic is created. So cinema, it's the joy of cinema, actually joy of making cinema, is about preserving all that you felt about cinema before you started making it. Because every day you make it, it reduces a little bit because the purity of your fantasies keep going down, down, down because it's actually labor. It's actually work. It's actually kind of thing to do that. But you can't make it labor because it is a fantasy. That's why you're doing this labor. So to marry those two things of sitting on your chair, leaning back and fantasizing versus hardcore labor, sitting out there and getting every shot right, marrying these two things is the most tricky part of cinema.
Thank you so much. Actually, for students here, I would like to ask on behalf of them, when we think about film criticism, since you also co-wrote the film with Raja Sen, I want to ask you, what do you think film criticism demands of the critic in today's time? Because the time when Chup had come up, we are talking about instantaneous reviews. We are also seeing people speaking about the film, the first half, second half on Twitter, X, right? But what do you think is the paraphernalia or the skill set that is required for film criticism or to even venture into being a film critic?
I think, and Raja, when I told Raja the idea of this film, and I asked him, I didn't know Raja, so I asked him to come, and I'd never read any of the reviews or anything written to me after Chini Kam because I was very depressed. Though Chini Kam went on to become a hit, the first person who wrote about it was Khalid Mohammed, and I used to write, I think, a lot about him as a reviewer before I started making films. So I was very depressed because I think there were some agendas those days with Bachchan and all that. So I didn't know all that. So I never read anything. So when I met Raja, so I told him, listen, this is the idea. Raja was excited. So I said, you know what I want? I want you to sit with me. When I'm writing, I want you to tell me your way of looking at it. I want to know the frustrations you guys have with films rather than us having with critics. So fundamentally, as we started writing, one day I just told him, just hang on, let's not write still. I have one more exercise to do, which is to exercise my fear of criticism. I went back and read everything that's ever written about me, and I discovered that Raja had slammed me more than anybody else. So when he was sitting in front of me, I was sitting with Raja, and the joy that I had in discovering various ways to kill him. Raja, what if I carve this on this kind of thing? I was looking at him. I was just picturizing him only. As I was writing the scene, saying, how would it be on this guy? So we became friends, actually, on me figuring out how to kill the bugger. So it's a great friendship today because of that. And it's very pure. I mean, we have no agendas. He's got nothing for me. We just love each other. That's about it. So for me, film critics are like, a lot of them don't know what they're saying because they're not seeing it as an audience. They've lost the joy of watching cinema, sitting in a theater before they started writing. They've maybe watched too much and they're tired of everything. They're not like the person who watches a couple of films a month. They're not like the person who actually is looking forward to enjoying themselves in cinema. And they don't know what joy 4 great scenes give to an audience to make a good film. So they've lost touch, a lot of them. There are still a few of them who are, try to be as honest as possible. Like this guy, this Tried and Refused production, this guy called Jimmy Pants, right? Good chap. Jammy Pants. Jammy Pants, no, I forget what it is. Jammy Pants. Very, very good guy. And the more I see, he's the chap I keep watching every now and then because I don't read reviews of our film. But I like listening to him because of the love for cinema that he has. And the love for just going into a theater and watching a cinema and not wanting it to be Tarkovsky or not wanting it to be like this, not wanting it to be like, just wanting to enjoy himself. I think that joy, I don't see a lot of joy. I remember one critic, I won't mention his name, after watching Chup, in the interval he came to, we had a critic show after we showed to the audience. We never showed the critics first. Why would we show to critics when we're going to kill them anyway? But anyway, they had to come and see it. So we had a critic chat and we called these critics. So one friend critic, a very, very famous guy, came to me in the interval and said, okay, I don't like the film at all. It doesn't work for me. And I just looked at him with shock and I said, if you had told me anything else, I would be very, very surprised. How can you like a film that's based on you and me killing you? You can't like it, no? You must be, very warped. So I completely understand what you're saying. He didn't get my joke also. So it's a very, very strange kind of a thing. They are a very different species. They just think they are your master. They are like your teachers giving you marks. And look at them. And a lot of the industry at one point in time used to be so, enamored by them, kind of being very nice to them. Every star you would kind of butter up to the critics and say nice things, call them for the show, send them flowers, send them gifts, send them everything. All that used to happen in the industry. Still happens. A lot of the industry, you can still pay critics. A lot of the reviews that you're reading are completely bought out, completely paid for. I mean, it's quite a kind of thing. Who? No, I don't think so. That's one of those things that's actually misread, because he's not a critic. He's a box office analyst. He's actually a trade guy. He's not that kind of a person at all. But there are many other names that you're not taking who you think are intellectual and clean. You would be very surprised. There are many people like that, and it's corruption of different order. But thankfully, mercifully, I think people smell a film and they kind of go for it. It doesn't matter. But where the criticism really matters is on those few films that public is not really dying to see. It doesn't have a big star. It doesn't have a thing. They discover it. They discover it, and that needs a lot of very healthy criticism and critics to kind of really work. I think criticism is a very important part of cinema, and good criticism is so important, and it can kill cinema. And I think critics should be held as accountable as any other profession. They should be held. If they have done a wrong review, you can't say it's my kind of a thing. They should be held accountable, because then there must be a mechanism by which you're penalized. You can't just get away saying, okay, fine, the film became a hit even though I didn't like it. Critic can't kind of get away with that. He's tried to damage a kind of profession. The same rules must apply when something's wrong. There must be some mechanism. I still haven't discovered any mechanism except to slit their throats, but I haven't yet discovered the mechanism. But there must be, because it is actually very damaging if you do the wrong thing there.
Thank you. That's lovely. If Gurudutt's cinema taught us this poetic commitment towards filmmaking, I think our Balki's films teaches us how it's the cinephilia and the childlike curiosity towards filmmaking that still continues to be the surviving germ of this practice. Thank you very much.
Pleasure,
it was a lovely conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. I just got to know that we don't have time, but yeah, sure. Okay, if we have questions from the audience. Yes.
First of all, thank you, sir, for this wonderful session. I love your movies. I love your direction. I love your script writing, everything. So, sir, my question will be, whenever you develop a new story, what do you first focus on? To writing the story, like developing the story and then developing a character? Or you first think of a character and then write a story?
No, I think of the idea and then develop character and the script alongside. I don't write a story. I have an idea, and then I think of a plot in my head, and then I write the script. And I write the script with dialogues. I don't write it in scenes. I always finish a scene with a dialogue and then move on to it, because I don't understand what the meaning of writing otherwise is, because only in this country you have story, screenplay, dialogues. Most rest of the world, when you say writing, means you're going to write also what the character speaks. Here somebody else writes the scene, somebody else writes the dialogues. I don't know how it is done, because maybe I come from a discipline when you write a script where you're supposed to write the dialogues or what the person says. So I flow like that. That's how I write.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. My name is Arman Sundarani. I'm from Journalism Mass Communication second semester. So as you were talking about how you wanted other people to experience the music that you have experienced through Hindi cinema. So do you feel like in today's day and age of social media, where subtitles have come and people can experience different kind of mediums through online, do you think that still exists? Where people are kind of afraid of going into different types of cinemas?
No, I think people are exposed to a lot more of all kinds of cinema. I think COVID also helped during, at that time when people were stuck at home. People discovered Malayalam cinema like nobody else. People discovered Telugu cinema. People discovered Tamil cinema. Because not enough Hindi news cinema was coming. So a lot of things they experienced, and it was fun. I think providentially the worst time actually exposed them to a lot of better cinema. But I don't think it's the same thing today. I think the things have gone back into a similar way. People are not just experiencing everything again. Because there's so much of content. So it's not as if in the times, because it's available, it doesn't mean people are going to, people have a limited amount of time. That's all they can do. In fact, the surfeit of content is going to kill any kind of feel. Like, for example, books today. You know, you used to look forward to reading. Books were a precious thing. When they were released, you knew, when the bookshops had those books. Now there are millions of books. How many gems would be lost in that millions? How many would not be marketed? What are the chances? We always have this fantastically cliched line. If it's good, it'll be found. Rubbish. If it's good, it may not be found. I won't say it won't be found. It may not be found. So I feel we have a lot of content out there, and we need to kind of brace up. We need to kind of strengthen ourselves into thinking also that you may not be found. You may do something, and you can't lose hope because you've not been found. You need to try again to be found. And that's the only kind of thing that we all tell ourselves. Today, it's not about a failure means you're bad. Failure means you've not been seen. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Sir, here. Hi.
Yeah.
Sir, my name is Meenakshi. And the question I had is based on how your conversation ended with Geeta ma'am. You were talking about critics, right? So don't you think any person who chooses to become a critic, they're automatically coming from a biased lens? It might be they don't like the actor, they don't like the music. It can be quite literally just that, and they can base their opinions on that to criticize the film. So do you think it is, as you said, is it fair to is it fair to just let them go scot-free? But don't you think film criticism in general is a biased and subjective profession that you can't really penalize, because at the end of the day, you are just holding an opinion?
Absolutely. I completely agree with that. We're not asking any person to be superhuman out there, but please put your best human foot forward. You can be subjective, you can be biased, you may not like an actor, but look at what you have to kind of, it's like a judge saying, I don't like the person in the witness stand, I'm going to sentence him to death because he kind of shouted, he shouted to the next house when I was sleeping. You can't say that, no? You have to look at that person for what he is. So you have to be trained as a critic to put your personal biases, not personal biases about a person or about a certain kind of a plot. Some people don't like a certain kind of a plot, and they kind of go for it. Either you don't see the movie, say, I don't like these kind of plots, therefore I'm not reviewing this film. Or you kind of just say, despite me not liking this, put this. So I think certain people have the majority, and there must be education. You must be taught how to criticize. There aren't enough schools for critics. There aren't enough teachers for critics. They just become critics because they can write English. You can't become a critic because you can write English. Critics require a lot of sensitivity. Critics require a lot of understanding of the medium. And you just don't become a critic by watching 1,000 films. You don't. So I've seen some films. I can't believe how bad those. I'm actually talking the opposite. There are some really bad films. I wonder what these critics have found in them, who are kind of, gushing over it. That's also a bias of a different kind. I like that person who's made this film. No, I'm trying to. No, I'll give you examples. I think in the last year, there are many of the blockbusters in the last 2-3 years. I have no idea how they become blockbusters. Some for example. And I'm not one of those people who, I love commercial cinema. I love, despite all the politically wrong things, I loved the first Pushpa. I hated the second Pushpa because you can't sit through the second Pushpa, and I could sit through the first Pushpa. I do not like, I'm a great Rajni fan, but I do not like some of the, I do not like some of the other films, some of the recent films. I am a great fan of Robo, the first one which came out there. So, I remember some people gushing over Jawan, Pathan, and all these kind of stuff. And I'm saying, I'm a huge fan of Shah Rukh. I love Shah Rukh more than all these guys put together. Now you're telling me you saw, I remember one woman critic gushing as if she's come out of a spell. She's seen God and come back. And she's seen the best form of cinema. And she's supposed to be an intellectual kind of a critic, oh, my favorite, or this, or... Are you nuts? Are you really nuts in this thing? It can become a hit. The hit and flop happens for a lot of it. Nobody can explain why certain films become a hit. It's inexplicable why certain films. They will all have theories afterwards why this became a hit. But I am also an audience. I go paid. I never go. I try my best not to go for these trial shows. I pay my money, sit there, we enjoy like whatever this thing. I enjoyed the 3 scenes in Pathan where Salman and Shah Rukh are there, and the last bit of the thing. I enjoyed it as much as the rest of it. But that's the 3 scenes I enjoyed. Not the Pathan. And if people, you can say I love Shah Rukh, no problem. But don't say I love Pathan. You say, okay, fine, it's fun film. Say something mild and leave it. Don't go for it like some people exaggerate, gushing fangirls as critics. So we don't do those kind of things. It's not nice. And there are other films, even in some of South Indian cinema. I get stunned by some of these big blockbusters. What are you praising in this film? And there are some fantastic films which these people have kind of written off, saying it doesn't work for me. I remember, for example, when, of course, my own thing, Chinikam, I can say I can't call them fantastic films. I have to always call them bad films. Okay, you might be right. So I can't say anything about my films. But what I can say is when I saw somebody writing about Dear Zindagi, saying, oh, wow, speech kind of stuff, or a speech. Yeah, Shah Rukh's cool. But, it didn't really click with me. I mean, you must be, you're really demented, because it's a very important film. It had to kind of do a certain thing. It has affected so many people. Like Dear Zindagi or Padman. You don't come and bring your sensibility of things into it, which has got nothing. I wouldn't have done it. It's been too commercialized. So what do you want me to, what do you expect me to do with a sanitary pad? Come and preach to people the menstrual hygiene. After paying 200 rupees for a ticket, I have to preach menstrual hygiene to you. Insane. How can you take a very important subject like this and commercialize it? I mean, what are we doing cinema for? So it's like this. There are some comments like that. I'm shocked to read certain things. So I'm just talking about mine and Gauri's films. It's actually closer. But I've seen many other people's films. Like I remember this. What was the thing? I just can't remember right now. But good film, which has been trashed, which has been not kind of celebrated. It's, I'll tell you what, the one film has just happened recently, yeah. Very beautiful film.
Who's the actor?
Let me talk of Sayyara. Okay? No, I actually enjoyed Sayyara. It's a lovely, mushy, candy floss movie. It's a long time since I've seen it. Okay, what are you saying? Man, you don't review Sayyara like you're reviewing, Romeo and Juliet of Shakespeare. You review Sayyara for what it is. And you enjoy it as something or not enjoy. You should see some of the people kind of reviewing Sayyara with such disgust on their faces while reviewing it. Why? I mean, why are you doing this? You don't even know the cinema that you're going into. What are the kind of cinema that you're going into? So these are the things that sometimes I want. I'm not even talking of those niche films, which are very, very beautiful films. I'm not talking of the what do you say, the tourist family type kind of films, which are beautiful films, or the like for God's sake, another film which I cannot for the life of me understand why these are so great and people are celebrated and everything else. This KGF series, if you take all these things. You can become a blockbuster, you can become mind-blowing, you can make 500 crores, 600 crores. But for God's sake, don't. There are these box office pundits who actually tell you Indian filmmakers have forgotten how to connect with the audience. Look at the South Indian, the Hindi filmmakers have forgotten how to connect. Look at the South Indian filmmakers, they're connecting the audience and they don't know how to make films like KGF and things like that to appeal to the audience. I said, no, I don't. I want to be disconnected from the rest of the world. I have no problem. But I don't know how to make a film like KGF. Like Gadar, you've seen the second Gadar, Gadar 2. If anybody can explain to me why that film worked, you can't, you don't know. I don't think even Sunny Deol knows. But it's a crazy, but sometimes things work, sometimes there's a mahal, people come into in a certain space, sometimes it's the time. But as a critic, you're not supposed to be affected by all that. You're supposed to kind of see a film for what it is and say for what it is. Don't trash half-decent films. Pick up those gems which are waiting to be discovered, celebrate them, which people are not going to come to the theatre for. Please don't trash something because an actor is not going to look at you favorably. Please don't praise something because an actor is not going to look at you favorably the next time. They are cardinal sins.
So I have a small follow-up question. Since you were talking about a lot of the...
Can you please keep it short?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Quickly,
I wanted
please.
to know your opinion on Animal.
On Animal?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you one thing about Animal. I couldn't take my eyes off Ranbir. The first time I have, after Bachchan, if there is one guy who I have been fascinated by in a film, that's Ranbir. You know, I mean, forget anything else. That film he just hypnotizes you. I mean, you can say a lot of things are wrong, it's too long, and that's everything else. But a lot of things are politically wrong. I mean, if you ask Gauri, she'll say, you're disgusting, you're on this thing and all that stuff. I understand all those stuff. All those things are wrong about the film. They need not have been done at all. And the film would have still worked exactly the same way. It's a very normal, run-of-the-mill masala film. But it's got something which kind of keeps you engaged. It keeps you involved. Right or wrong is a different matter. At least it engages you. There are films that don't engage you just by being right. That's pointless.
Thank you so much. I think one of the takeaways for Meenakshi here would be that film criticism as a skill needs to have that accountability, right, and a sensitivity, and the best aspect of it is the training that you need to get in order to think about this as a craft at all. Thank you so much. Sorry? Yes, attending classes to understand the craft of filmmaking, I would argue. Thank you for that note.
You have a class for it, please attend it.
Thank you so much.
Thank
it
you,
was
thank
a
you.
pleasurable conversation.
Before you leave, I would like to invite Dr. Shilpa Kalyan to give the mementos. I would also like to invite Sunil.
Thank you guys. Bye.
can see a little bit of empty seats there, but that's all right. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to both of you. Thank you for coming here. And I know this is a panel on how OTT has changed over the years and how OTT looks right now and what are the problems with OTT, or even how OTT is also shaping a lot of our decision making. So we will try to focus our conversation accordingly, and that's how I'm planning to go. So I have a question, so I'd like to start my questioning with Mr. Manu. That is, you're known for a very sharp, very specific, sort of a very contrarian voice. And in sort of an era where OTT platforms are looking for mostly mass market materials, how do you preserve that voice? And when you write, how do you go about writing for the OTT platform?
Great. First of all, thanks for coming. I think at least half of the auditorium. I gathered that some of you have read some of my books, and I think it is very risky to meet the writers you have read, because it's usually disappointing. I think it's almost like just because you like beef, you want to meet the cow, you know. But great. So I feel that I'm enjoying the battle. I feel that mass media was always skewed towards what is popular. And a particular kind of films or writers always had to find their space. And I feel that there is space. I don't think anything good can be completely destroyed. But I feel that writers basically I do feel writers should stop whining and plot their way through this, because one positive is that most of the people who are making these decisions, they all get you. They all read you and they appreciate what you do, but in the theory of what is going to work, they feel that they have to sell samosas, you know, so that, you know, they kind of satisfy a broad audience. So I think within that, I have a way of looking at how to tell the modern story, which I call the middle brow. If I start a company, and by the way, it's trademark, nobody else can use it. I believe in the middle brow. The problem is, I mean, I feel art is easy. Art is easy if you have some talent and a lot of narcissism. You can do pure art, and it can still be great. And what is lowbrow is usually a gamble taken by the corporate types. They don't know what they're doing, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't work. Most of the time, it doesn't work. Don't forget that art succeeds more often than commercial cinema or even commercial books. But I find the middle brow most interesting. That is the only form of art which needs more talent than narcissism. Because not only are you not a sellout, not only are you saying what you mean, you also have to make it entertaining and make it work. And I find that very exciting, and that is probably the Christopher Nolan space or Tarantino space. All that to me is middle brow, because they also, in their own way, they reach out to you. They want to be entertaining. So it's difficult. And I feel that that is the kind of, that is how I look at this whole world right now.
So when you talk about the middle brow, so is there some sort of a unique attitude do you carry when you're writing the middle brow? Do you have that in mind, that this is where I need to thrive? That's why you start writing, or is it just a creative process that continues and then you sort of start editing it out?
Well, it is a bit of both, in the sense that it is part of your personality. You know, like I do tell people that, okay, if you're someone who wants to write a film on this old woman who cleans the road at 2 o'clock every afternoon, okay, well, it's great, but I think you're doomed, because it is going to be a kind of film nobody wants to fund, and I think you can still do it. And I say that just make it a zombie film. Then suddenly it becomes mainstream,
okay? And I'm saying zombie film as a metaphor. There are only 4 or 5 kinds of mass films, okay? There's a zombie film, there's a superhero film, and this is something I used to notice with Ram Gopal Verma, who was called, there was a perception that he was really different and unique at the time, but when you look at all his films, it is about a girl lost in the big city, or there is a ghost, or there are underworld guys. So within this, and it's a good way to look at your stories, because mainstream has just these 5 stories. So whatever you want to say, if you want to talk, if you want to tell the story of your girlfriend, you can actually also put it within the mainstream structure if it is not affecting the soul of the film. Let's not forget, you take Spider-Man. Spider-Man works beautifully because it is actually a teenage romance story. Okay, that he climbs building, it's just by the way. So I feel that even mainstreams, they also need a soul. Actually, they look at it, they look at the amalgam more carefully than the artist, and that's why some of the mainstream films work. So I feel that, I don't know if I've answered your question. Yes, it is a kind of art, and also I feel this is the, I'm sure as young people, everybody asks you to be humble. And I'm sure you have no idea why you should be. I know that you think you should be. Of course, a lot of people have good reasons to be humble. But I'm saying that, as someone said, don't think, you're not so great that you should be humble. But I feel that there is an artistic technique, humility is a great artistic technique also, that you have an idea, you don't want to sell out, but you're also reaching out to the people through entertainment or in any other ways, So it could be, I think people can look at the middle brow also as a form of artistic humility.
I think that answers the question that I actually wanted to ask you. And yeah, moving to Sejal, I just had one question. So you have been a sort of a champion of his work. So how do you pitch his script or a Manu Joseph script to the network executives who are basically always on the lookout for the next, let's say, a Family Man or a Sacred Games or Mirzapur? So how do you go about that as a producer?
Yeah, you can take this.
Hello. Yeah. So actually, we started our company also with Manu Joseph's book called A Serious Man, and I think right now it was beginning of OTT, and they were looking for interesting subjects. I don't think it would have been made now, but Serious Man happened because we read the book, and I've loved Manu's work. I've known him as a journalist. I've known him as a writer. And when I read the book, I don't know why it was after so many years I read the book, 5 years back I'm talking about, and I really liked it. And at that moment I thought that it should be made a film. And I was not even a producer, we didn't have a name of the company, but I wrote to Manu, and then it just happened that we adapted the book. So I think that point, it was not as difficult now when I look back, because Netflix had just come to India and they were looking for interesting subjects. This was something they really liked. And then we got a director attached, we got Nawaz, actor. So what happens is it just became a very interesting project, and they really liked it, and that's how it happened. So I feel Serious Man was, it's one of those lucky things that happened very quickly. And Decoupled was the show which again was the second thing what we did as a company, and which was again written by him. Decoupled was also so different when it came to us, and at that moment I thought that nobody might do it, because it is still, I think it is one of the best shows. I really think it is, and it's an international kind of work that is done. But at that point also Netflix was all new, and they were willing to try something different, and they did it, and it really did well. So, even right now we are working, Manu's obviously doing a lot more for other platforms, for other companies, and we are also trying to do with him. So the thing is that I don't think, how do you go on pitching? So what I want to say is that there is a time period, there is a time for what subject you can do. Like now, I don't think I would have been pitching Serious Men. Decoupled, I would still pitch if now come to me, but we would again tell Manu to make it more broad-based. Like use less of English, use more of Hindi. So I think as the time changes, that this is what the platforms want, and this is what it's easier to, if you're going to a traditional route of going to a platform. So I think that's how it happens, you know. So now if I work with him again and if we ask him to do something, I think we would look at something much more which is easier to pitch broad-based, because, you know, there are just 2 or 3 platforms right now and there are thousands of people pitching. So they are looking for something very specific and everybody uses the word broad-based. So that's how it happens.
I mean, glad you mentioned decoupled, because there's what I wanted to bring into the panel here is decoupled was very polarizing. So either people loved it or they were triggered by it. There were not a lot of in-between reactions to it. So do you think, so when you're pitching such a show, when you're making such a show, when you're writing such a show as well, in such a situation, do you think a little bit of a polarizing content, do you think that works much better for the OTT platform, or do you think generally liked content is something that you would always like to go for? What's the idea?
I'll give you the mic later. Like, I'll say specifically about Decoupled. When we read Decoupled, I didn't think I'm doing it because it was polarizing, it would trigger. I really liked it. I thought it was really funny, and I thought it was a very different idea. So that was the reason we did it, and that was the reason the platform did it. After the show is made, obviously people say it's polarizing, non-polarizing. You know, you have it in all kinds of shows. People hate it, love it. Either you think it's too much propaganda, or you think it's too jingoistic. It is not. So all shows have, and all films have that. So that is what it was. We didn't do it because it would polarize. But I mean, we did it with an intention. We really thought it was. And of course, a lot of people, because whenever you make a comedy and whenever you make a show which is so-called politically incorrect, people get triggered, and they get triggered by all kinds of things also. I have done a series or a film where people got triggered because the kids were eating chocolates, and you know, they said that chocolates is bad for you, there's blood. So I mean, people get triggered with all kinds of things, and I think everybody has a right for their opinion. So I don't think that was the reason it was done.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to add one more thing. So when Arya Iyer, the character which was there, so that also felt a little uninhibited. So do you think that, I just want to add on to that question to you as well, do you think that such characters can only exist in the OTT platform, and do we not have any space like that for that in the mainstream medium anymore?
I think on the triggering thing, there are people who are triggered just by my face, you know. There is I think people like being triggered. I think polarizing is a word that we use when we have not liked something, but our dad did, you know, and you're surprised. Or so it never surprises me, because in my journalism too, I'm used to the fact that there are things that people just don't like. And in fact, I am surprised by writers who are not cancelled. And I feel like, what are you doing then? You know, it's like, what you're doing something. It looks like you're doing something wrong now, today. Now that, okay, 10 years ago, if I would see that, people say, okay, you're just being dramatic. But now we know that everybody is cancelled. There is nobody who's not cancelled. So I feel this cancellation culture also comes from a certain mental health issues. So, which has been tackled earlier. Earlier it looked political, and it looked like it is coming from a moral place, that you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that. But now I think over the past 10 years, there is a fair understanding that it is emerging from a different place. Like, for example, if you are a vegan, there are good chances that you won't like Decoupled. And there is a strange connection. I know that if you're a vegan, I know that you would also have very strong views on climate change, and you will also have very strong views about the kind of a guy who's portrayed as a guy, as a kind of a jerk, as a public jerk. And I feel that there is an artistic value in showing a man who, I'll tell you, I don't know how many of you have seen Decoupled, or don't know what is going on. Yeah, so Decoupled is a series I created and Sejal produced for Netflix. And I would argue that the central character is actually an objective person. Now today, everybody wants to be objective, but when people say be objective, what they are saying is, why can't you be like me? That's what they mean, which is the most useless form of human speech. Why can't you be like me? To me, is intellectually the most pointless thing you can ever tell someone. But I feel that a lot of people cannot be objective because objectivity is actually a personality type. That there are some people, no matter what situation they are in, they want to look at what is happening and not how am I supposed to feel. And how this guy survives the world is what the story is about. And being objective is very bad for your marriage. I'm telling you, especially if you're a guy, you know. And he does go through that, and he is a pain from his wife's point of view. In any given situation, this guy gets into trouble because he can't keep his mouth shut. So I can understand a certain reaction against it where people say it was not good. I actually understand it. Maybe you didn't find it good. Or even if people say that it was not very well written, you know, I understand all these views because I have very strong views about books and series. And I can understand from personal opinion people saying that I didn't enjoy it. But there is a problem with journalism where there is a review journalism I feel is a great form of journalism. It could be a great form of journalism where you are taking a piece of work, and you are writing about it. So, but the problem with review journalism is that most of it comes from a very bitter space. If you've written 10 novels which have not been published, I'm not responsible for it. And if you're decaying in some place and you want to diss something out of bitterness, I can tell within the first 3 lines because I've been an editor of a magazine, right? So there is a lot of reaction which comes from bitterness, and I also want to tell young people when you become, if you ever become, enter journalism, I think these are the things that you be valued because the responsibility that journalism gives you to comment on something is a very rich space. You can absolutely destroy something that is great, intellectually point out what is the problem, or make fun of it, it is good. But if you're coming from a bitter space, so most of the polarizing that you're talking about, that was one. And 2, people saw a bit of their own marriage in Decoupled. A lot of people who were decoupled in real life, they were even terrified to watch the show because we were so real that they saw all the situations in it. But the sweetest comments I heard was from couples who felt that it was a form of marriage to sit together and watch the show, which looked like a story of their own lives, and laugh with the show, you know. And of course, there'd be parts which they didn't enjoy because it made them, you know, a bit uncomfortable. So I think comedy would get all kinds of these reactions, and I'm never surprised by that, except for a kind of the bitterness of my colleagues was an intellectual downer for me, because until then I had only read reviews for my books. This is the first time I was reading TV culture reviewers, and half of them seem to have some kind of a problem. You know, I think they should have their medication and then write reviews.
That is, I think, as well. Agreed. But here's another point that I'd like to also bring in, and this is for actually both of you. That is, when you write a book and then it's being converted into a film, do you think that right now, or it has been the trend for almost 10 years now, that we are going towards a narrativization of lived experiences? Has that been a very big part of the OTT rise, for the rise of the OTT in India? Or are we losing our voice for the original thought stories and original fiction that used to be a part of the landscape? So how do you tackle that? Do you think that because it comes with some sort of an intellectual pedigree, a book, and an audience, do you think it's better that way to make a film out of that? So how do you tackle that as a writer and as a producer?
So We have, as a company and as a director also, I have directed a true life story. We've adapted a book. We've done from a lot of different things. So I think what is like you rightly said, what has become popular is anything true life, which people are interested in. Biopics is something people are interested in, and something which has happened inspired by true events. So I think people feel that they get much more emotionally attached to something like this. They get more interested. So that has been very popular. You see, in fact, now if you go to pitch anywhere, people are all the time looking for true life crime. Like crime is a very big thing. Like everybody loves to watch serial killers and people murdering each other. And if it's true life, they love it. So I think there is this voyeurism god. People love that kind of stuff. So that is a thing people are interested in. Patriotic films, for obvious reasons, everybody likes, and those have become popular. So of course, that is what it is, a trend, but that doesn't mean there are other kinds of films also not happening. But I think from what last few years we all have seen is that a more commercial, more broad-based cinema in OTT and films is happening. And I always keep saying that, it is happening, but there are viewers for it. So people are enjoying it. There's somebody watching it, and they're giving them the numbers. So, that's how the market works. It doesn't work in isolation. It's working with somebody giving them numbers.
This is working now. Yeah. You can hear me, right? Yeah. I have to digress a bit because here there's also another interesting discussion which is going on, as recently Matt Damon said that OTT platforms are trying to dumb down stories so that people can follow the plot while they're on the phone. And I could see that 80%, I just did a good math, I'm very good at math here, are on the phone, even as we speak. And I know that you're also listening and you're also on the phone, and some of you are so not listening that you're still on the phone, right? And so the question that OTTs, I don't believe in that. Like personally, we have never got a brief from any of the platforms that like make it dumb for dumb people who would be on the phone so that they can follow the plot. What is dumbing down the story is that, for example, the worst thing that you can do in a screenplay, the standard worst thing that you can do in the screenplay is a character telling you why he is here. A character basically telling you, I'm sitting in a chair and listening to someone. And that's something which you never do in a screenplay, because a screenplay is supposed to show and a screenplay is supposed to hint at a story, and that's how the story is supposed to move. And then now people are saying, and I feel that there's still no evidence, that networks want writers to really dumb down stories. Now, that's going to be funny to me because recently I did write a column arguing that attention spans of people has not changed at all. It is always the same. It is just that now you have other devices to capture your wandering minds. Like, for example, like 80% of you who are checking the phones right now, 30 years ago, if I was talking, your minds would have still wandered. It is just that the phone is capturing it, because I know that there's absolutely nothing interesting going on in the phones right now. Because you're scrolling, like what are you looking for? And like what great lottery that you have won when you're scrolling. I know that it is not happening. So I feel that the central premise of the media industry, that attention spans are going down, is actually not true. And why this is interesting to me is that now these guys are going to find false solutions to a false framing of the problem. The attention span, like for example, New Yorker magazine would carries 10,000 word long articles on a certain species of fish, let's say. And New Yorker magazine is probably the only magazine in the world which still makes money, actually. So there are, people are interested in things. It's just that they have many ways in which their minds, the wandering mind, can be captured here and there. It is not that when they're scrolling on the phone, when they're watching a Netflix plot, that the phone is more interesting than the plot. It has become one of those things that people just do. I feel that what technology in every generation does is that it gives you newer and newer ways of getting bored. And that's what is going to happen when VR comes. You're going to have another new way of getting bored, you know. So it is not just panel discussions which will be boring, but also the games and everything that you're doing that will be boring. You know, life is an arrangement of very boring things. So when they're trying to find a false solution to this poor framing of the problem, they're going to make even worse films, even worse series, because that is not the solution you wanted. You know, you wanted, basically you were fine with it, and someone tried to fix something which is not broken, or maybe people wanted something which is even more interesting or even intellectually engaging. Maybe that's one thing people want and people are not able to provide it, and they keep dumbing things down, right? So that is something which is going to happen, and that's going to be very interesting for me to watch. And coming back to the issue of books, I feel that book to cinema is one of the things which really overrates the book. Even though I'm a novelist, I say that because what is called the good novel, it goes by the name of literary fiction. To me, literary fiction is in reality amateur fiction, because there is a certain innocence in the writer. So in terms of plot, it's usually very basic compared to what cinema has already achieved in terms of plot, movement, scenes. A literary novel's worth comes from a very different place. You know, it is about the one place where cinema and journalism cannot go, which is inside the mind of a person. And that is why novels are very beautiful or engaging if you like them. Now, a lot of filmmakers go wrong, and also I think writers think no end of themselves, so they also want a film to completely represent their novel. Just like there are a lot of public figures who would want Hrithik Roshan to play them, even though they look like kangaroos. But they want someone beautiful and a big star to play them. And similarly, writers want, like, I've written this great thing, which is an arrangement of how I think, and you film people have to completely translate this, otherwise I will insult you, okay? In fact, what was refreshing when Sejal approached, like one of the first things I also told Sejal was, one thing was she was among the few producers who actually read the book and approached me. Otherwise, around that time, 10 years ago, there was like people would write to me without reading the book, you know, giving the standard phrases. You know, I could immediately see when someone has read the book. And I thought this is serious because she has read the book, she has loved it, she has also been a journalist, and also, honestly, she also put the money, you know, upfront. Otherwise, there's a lot of talk in the film industry, and you know that they're not serious or they're just trying to fob you off. But one thing I did tell her is that I am okay with the book being interpreted, because I've also, I used to write a lot of screenplays when I was in my 20s, because I had a collection of loser friends who would make me write, and then they were supposed to go and make the film, which never happened. Only the writer's job gets done first, right? That's why you should never give anything free. Always ask for something up front, you know? At least keep a TV or something, you know? Take something that belongs to the person who's commissioning and then keep it with you, you know? So I know that these are completely different medium, and the novel is a very naive thing. A screenplay is a street smart writer. A screenwriter is a street smart writer, you know? In fact, one of the co-founders of Bombay Fables, Bhavesh, told me one thing. About Bollywood writers, he's a Hindi screenwriter. He said, when we don't know what we are doing, we set it in the South. It is a technique that North Indian screenwriters have, because South is exotic. You can put any shit. And North Indians would think that, oh, that's how it must be happening in the South, okay? So they are street smart, but the literary novelist is the naive writer who's like, I'm going to say everything that only means, and it's going to spend 2 hours on whether there should be a semicolon or an exclamation mark, you know? By the way, I'm completely against exclamation marks. When I was the editor of a magazine, I banned 2 things. One is Bengalis writing about other Bengalis. And that pretty much took over 90% of story pitches from Bengalis. And the second is I banned the exclamation mark. You should write without the exclamation mark, you know. But anyway, so Because if you need a punctuation to show you've exclaimed, you should not be writing at all. I feel that it is a way of leaning on things which you don't need at all. Just like preface, forward, introductions, these are not required in a book. You know, absolutely not required in a book. I don't know why in fact, when I read non-fiction, I just skip the first 20 pages. This professor's in note, forward, though I myself have written 1 or 2 forwards, asking them, why are you asking me to do this? This is not required. In fiction, preface, you don't need preface at all. What are you going to say in preface that cannot come in your story? You know, so on and so forth. But these are matters which a screenwriter would never bother. Like, screenwriters are smart people in the sense that they know what is required and they'll just do it. So these are very different mediums, and they need to be respected. People who are trying to translate a novel exactly into a film are going to make a very bad film. Yeah.
In fact, when we were doing Serious Men, Manu said that, okay, I won't be around because, you know, you can do it on your own. But just because we were all having so much fun together, he was there on the set throughout the writing process and all. And it was just like my partner, Bhavesh, used to who's a writer of the film, used to keep narrating him all the stuff he's doing. And he was like, why are you telling me, you know? So we kept getting ideas from him. Moreover, not because he had written the book, but as an outsider, you know. So that was the kind of interaction we had, and it was really fun. You were on the set every day, and, you know, he was part of the process. He was part of everything. In fact, the director, Sudhir Mishra, used to talk to him all the time. So it was we had a very good, fun process. But if he was one of those writers who stand on the set, like, we would have literally not allowed. Like, that would be part of the contract that the writer is not allowed on the set.
In fact, a lot of people have that. I know a very famous actress who bans writers from the set. I think they get very violent when they see the writer on the set. Because writers feel very nervous because they feel that they are being mauled. So there is a lot of tension, and unfortunately, it is a director's and actor's medium. And at some point, the writers have to back off.
You mentioned translation, right? So when we are moving from a book or a page to a screen, so you said the translations don't really work, and you're talking about how there has to be a crux of the matter that you work with. So how do you get to that so you wrote Decoupled, and you also wrote Serious Men. So how did you see the process happening for Serious Men? Because it was not translated per se, but it was understood in a different way. So how did you see that happen? If you could just tell.
See, I knew that they were on the right track because the film Serious Men was about the central character. The main character in the novel, Iron Money, is a guy who's a Dalit, who's living in this world created by big people who had a big head start over him. And the world has told him that, look, you do these things like us, crack these entrance exams, and you can be like us, which is the biggest bullshit of the world, because he comes from a very different place, and first he has to learn English, and then he has to go through a lot of process. So he has that rage, and the film captured that rage. And to me, that was the most important thing. See, plot is a set of stories. To me, a lot of people who don't write stories make very bad guesses about stories. And it is my view that no writer wakes up thinking, I have a story to tell. They usually have something to tell. It is either their emotion or a person that they know, and then the story is actually an ideas delivery device. That's why there are not that many stories. There are actually, you know, as I said, there are 4 or 6 stories. Every story can be fit into something that. So I don't. I mean, yeah, it has its own value. You see something like Sixth Sense, and you try to argue there is no such thing as story. I mean, you won't. But even there, it was about a. It was. I mean, I don't want to reveal the plot anyway, because I think every generation has to be surprised on their own. But when I saw Serious Men, how it was being developed, and I knew the central character was there. Of course, I did think that one of the characters, there's the sexy Bengali scientist, okay, in the book, was very important to the book, because that is where it is a very male novel. And she triggers a lot of yeah. I think some Bengalis at the sound. Yeah. Anyway, she triggers a lot of response, right? What I found fascinating about a film is it's so small. While a novel, like for example, Serious Men, the novel, you can look at it mechanically. Like for example, Serious Men, the novel is about 85,000 words, and the screenplay of Serious Men would be 25,000 words, of which there is their own interpretation and the characterization is 5,000, 6,000 words from an 85,000 word thing. So film, once you've written a novel, in fact, I always tell people whether you feel you're a novelist or not, before you write a film, write a novel, not because they're similar, but because novel is a lot of hard work. And once you've written a novel, nothing will phase you. It's like you first run the marathon, and then you're trying to train for a 10-kilometer. So you have a certain confidence about what you can do.
I think that was actually a very good lesson for some of those students who are trying to make their film this semester. So that should actually help for them. I actually had a question for Sejal. That is, there are a lot of big mergers that are happening across the OTT spectrum right now. You have Reliance, you have Disney. So all of them are merging. In such a situation, or rather in such a climate, do you think Bombay Fables, do you think there is some sort of an existential crisis that is there for you? Or how do you then operate against this sort of a massive factory sort of style engine writing and filmmaking that's happening?
So actually something like that is only good for us because there'll be more money in the market.
Right.
But the point is, like Bombay Fables as a company, we've done like what in the last 6 years, we've done 6 projects. And we look at ourselves as a very boutique production company. So we either my partner and me, either we are writing, producing or directing or show running, whatever we do. So it's not like a factory, where like a big production, like a big, where they're doing 30, 40 films and there's somebody sitting on top. So for us, I feel that as far as we are able to give good content, they will always need us, like that is how we have somehow survived when both of my partner and me, both of us are complete outsiders. I'm a journalist, he's a engineer, and we managed to do like some of 4 projects for Netflix, which is more than very big studios also. It's only because we are just getting good content. And it's not because of us, it's because we work with very good writers. So that is a forte. So as far as, people will always need good content, whatever you do. However big the star becomes, ultimately they will need good content. So there will be, maybe they might give 10 to the big, but 1 or 2, they will always be with us. So I think that is going to still continue. The kind of content they might want might change. So you do all kinds of films, sometimes you manage to do a Serious Man and then you'll do a bigger, like a more broad-based, like a Sare Jaan Se Acha was the last show what we did on Netflix. So that is all kinds of work you do and you see, fit where and tell in whatever you can tell interesting stories in that.
Is there a core philosophy that Bombay Fables work with, or you and your partner, do you work with some sort of a core philosophy that these are the kind of material that we are only going to work with and nothing more?
No, so every day we have so many writers coming and pitching to us, and everybody asks that what are you looking for, and we always say we are genre agnostic, because it is not that we are looking for anything. It's just a good story. Like I don't watch horror films, but right now we are developing a horror film because the story was interesting, So, and I can never direct or write a rom-com, but we are doing a rom-com because I like the story. So I don't think it is that. It's just that first of all, the story has to be interesting. We have to like the story, which we think, and nobody knows. Like nobody in this world knows what is going to work and what is not going to work. So with that thing, whatever I find interesting, I never think what he might want, or is this serious? Is this going to make money? We don't think like that. If I find a story interesting, and so many times I found a story interesting and it's never got made. So, out of 10, only 2 or 3 will get made ultimately. But it's just that you keep doing the process. So, I think our philosophy is just to tell interesting stories. We work with very good writers and, like Manu. So, our thing is we just surround ourselves with very good writers. So, what happens, you're at least working with good people, having fun and telling interesting stories.
Also, there has been a new Variety article which had come out on the 31st of January this year. And so this is what the article basically tried to say, that the OTT market is getting saturated, because of which there is a small and the mid-budget films, which is around 35 crores or 10 crores. These kind of films are not getting any sort of a release anymore. So neither they are theatrically backed, nor they are backed by the OTT. So in such a situation, do you think that there needs to be more of a collaborative model, something that we had during COVID, which was a 4-week period for a film to run and then it would come on the OTT platform? Do you think we have now been saturated by so much content? Do you think there can be a collaborative model now? And if there is, what will it look like? And this is to both of you.
Okay, broadly, I would say this about, slight digression. I have a problem with independent cinema. Basically, I used to have a problem with art cinema when I was growing up. I saw one Assamese art film where water boils, and then a melancholic woman combs her hair for a long time, and then water boils again, and then some 3 birds fly. Then I think everybody dies. So the point I'm making, there are similar films kind of now independent, it's called independent cinema now, art cinema then. The thing is, if you're going to make an important cinema which is still boring, I think there's going to be a problem. You know, I really feel that entertainment is not in conflict with art. Entertainment is not in conflict with what is important. The problem actually is when you confuse social messaging. I was listening to Balki, and I liked the fact that he said that he's not interested in social messaging. You're getting the messaging, but that was not his idea. So social messaging has kind of ruined 3 of my professions. You know, journalism, literary fiction, and cinema. Because they're just bloody boring most of the time. And if you can make entertaining good cinema, you know, then I'm saying that this is the time. You can make a great, I was just salivating at this this campus. I would make a lovely campus good cinema, you know, but it has to be engaging. It needs to have a soul. It needs to have a reason to exist. You don't make an Indian film to win a foreign award in Europe, you know, and if you're not coming from a place of misery, just showing misery because you can win some kind of an acclaim, because you're from an affluent family and then you feel that that is what you should be doing. I really think there's a lot of bogus. In fact, it is more fake than, like, Karan Johar is probably more authentic than a lot of the misery porn, right? I feel that, okay, there could be a good market, and there is a problem with the foreign acclaim industry that they are consistently rewarding misery porn from third world countries, and creating a market around it. And then there are more and more those rich kids doing those kind of films. I think make films. I'm not saying you should not comment on what is important to your nation, but make it in an engaging way, make it a thriller, and make it, you know, hold me, you know. So I do not agree with the general spirit of the question, in the sense that the problem is not with the budget of 12 to 30 crore. I mean, you just give me 30 crore, I'll do magic, you know, in case you have it. But I feel that this is actually a good zone, because what most Indian films, when they go beyond, say, 20 crore, it is not because the film has become expensive. You've got a very expensive guy as the lead. So you're spending most of your money on him and his hair, you know. The amount of money people spend on hair and the time it takes to set the whole thing. In fact, when Decouple, I was telling everybody, season 2, only bald actors, you know. But nobody want bald actors. I might be biased though, you know. So I feel that there is a lot you can do with 12 crores, a lot of money in India, you know. But just like, but I feel that it is the entertainment part does not cost crores. It is coming from the writer and the creator. I know I'm saying that we are going to make this film about, let's say, there is this IT girl who likes this guy in the humanities, but she wants to convert him from humanities guy to IT. Okay, so that he's also an IT guy. Okay, and this IT girl has very strong opinion about arts girls. Okay, I'm telling you, this is a world, you know, you will, when you begin to write it about the people, you should always write about people you know. And put the disclaimer that this is a work of fiction. That is all there is to art. You write the facts about people who exactly you know, and you say that this is a work of fiction. You know, that's all you need to do. And I feel that these films will begin to shine.
Thank you for the plot idea, firstly. And secondly, I mean, we have the engineering building right there, and this is the arts building, so I mean, maybe you could come up with something for that. I also wanted to know something, that your new book is out. Would you like to talk about it a little bit?
That's a broad question. So my the latest is my first non-fiction. It's called Why the Poor Don't Kill Us. I'm basically, the book tries to explain why there is so much peace in a country like India, which is a very unequal place. And I'm giving various theories on why the poor have not killed us. And of course, I'm saying obvious things, like, for example, that poor don't want to kill us. It's one of our great misconceptions. In fact, I feel that two things have ruined society. One is astrology, and the second is psychology. And I'm sure if there is I know that astrology is not a stream here, but probably psychology is. But I'll quickly explain. And even when you start with the guy who ruined us all, you know, Freud, he was on to something, you know. And it makes, psychology makes actually complete sense when you're talking about society. Because, you know, broad probability, you could be right about behavior of people, but when you try to squeeze it within and to apply to an individual, that's where I basically think it becomes astrology. So one of the worst theories of the society, and it's broadly everybody believes, is that if you're poor, you might be a criminal. If you're poor, you might be a thief. And hardship would lead to criminal behavior, but it does not. In human nature, I feel that your personality trumps circumstance. So many such, I make many such, this is one of the more obvious arguments. I make many such arguments, even including my favorite, which is that Indian public space is so ugly that it reassures most Indians India has not left them behind. You know, so I believe in that, and I feel that these are underrated reasons. The bad aesthetics of your country can actually save you, because India is an extension of your bad luck, and whatever that you're going through, and India will never make you feel, belittle you. Just imagine a guy who is poor in Paris. I think he'll have a miserable time. He's like an Assamese art film character inside Wes Anderson, right?
Thank you. And I mean, I just want to say, like, why the poor don't kill us? I mean, I think that's something that I would like to read as soon as possible. And I think one of our student volunteers also has read and brought the book for you to sign. And shifting to Sejal, this is your first time in a director's chair. From producing to directing, how has that shift been? And what was it like?
So actually, I was always wanted to become a director, but nobody was giving me a chance for a long time to direct. So that was one of the reasons. So actually, Serious Men was something I read, and I wanted to direct it. But at that point, you know, we had just started the company, and for a new director, it was very hard for me to, and you know, Manu was being chased by 2-3 other studios. So, and I didn't know him so well. So to convince him, I got a bigger director. So I've been wanting to direct for a long time. It's just that every time it just didn't happen. So yeah, it was great. I directed, it took me, like, it was a long journey because it was a very difficult one, because I wanted to make the film with Nawaz and Nawazuddin. And you know, like you said, there is a lot of economics involved when you're doing with a smaller actor, a bigger star, a smaller star. So yeah, but we stuck by it and we managed to make the film. But it was really good, and I really enjoy being a director, and that is what gives me I enjoy being a director much more than being a producer anytime.
I mean, Costa is also out on Z5. Yeah, so I mean, if people want to check it out, they can easily go and check it out. But I think that will be it for questions from my end. I think I'd leave it to the audience. I mean, I think they have a lot of questions. So, floor is yours.
Again, this one, mic as well. My name's Tanoy. It's a massive honor to be speaking to you all. I just want to bring the attention back to something I think you all alluded to earlier in the discussion about the writers not being allowed on the set because they may create issues and so on and so forth, right? My only question to that was, I mean, you all are writers in your own right as well, right? Is there a certain pang of, okay, that's slightly unfair considering the writers made their script with a certain vision, and perhaps they do have a certain right to maybe see it come to life. It's a beautiful thing, right? It's a creative process, and to see it come to life in front of one's eyes would be a cathartic thing, right? So what are your thoughts on that? I just wanted to know.
Hello, yeah. What we meant was certain writers and certain actors don't want, but in all the projects I've done, including my film which I directed, I always had a writer on the set, because I think most of the people, I know good directors, if you're a very smart director, you will make sure your writer is always on the set, because he becomes your most important ally, and he's written the film. So I always see the film through the writer. So I think in all our projects, whatever I remember, the writer has been very important. And I think most good directors from India and Hollywood will make sure that the writer, because they work very closely with them and it's their idea. So
I have personally devised a great way of ensuring that I'm on the set of what I've written. I plan to direct it also. Then I know they can't. So I feel that most writers should take the plunge and direct, because even if you're on the set, it is still not your medium. That is what I feel that in all, I feel that experience would teach you eventually that there is a choreography of the scene. In fact, some of the most tense moment for me, I mean, I was on the set almost every day for Serious Men, though I didn't write the film, purely because I wanted to be a director. I wanted to just pick it up. And Decoupled also, I was there, I mean, every day as a creator and the writer of the show. And there were times, in fact, the most difficult times was when I felt completely exposed. Because sometimes you write something and it is absolutely unreal on the set. It just doesn't work. Because you were thinking of something else, and the psychology of the, in fact, I would say that if, when I started writing Decoupled, I didn't know that what a horrible space a car is to set a scene. And my first scene was actually 8 minutes long, and this couple having an argument all from my life, because it happened in my life. Why can't it happen in a film? Because the driver is stinking, and a couple is fighting. Who's going to tell him to use a deo? To me, it was a very tense moment to portray a whole marriage. But what I didn't know was that 1 minute is a huge space in film. And when you're setting it inside a car, it just simply does not work. Anything more than 3 minutes begins to suffocate you, right? So you get to know these things when, and of course you fight as a writer, that this is the thing, this is what you want to say, you know, Fleabag did this, you know, the whole thing around the dining table, why can't we in India do this and all that? Then you see on the set that the director was always right, that some things just don't work, you know. So I feel that it is still a director's medium. It does hurt me a bit to say it. So I feel the writers can still be on the set, but in fact it might hurt you more sometimes.
Hi. So my question is to Sejal ma'am. So there is an uptick in many episodic series on social media. Similarly to that, we had this phase on YouTube where we had web series. But now with a lot of these OTT platforms, like, so if you see Korean dramas, they're getting saturated, no one's watching them. They are, but it's very niche. It has become very boring, basically. And same with the American drama industry. Do you think the Indian OTT platforms are also moving somewhere in that direction? And will episodic stories become the norm in the future?
You mean micro dramas, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so micro dramas is suddenly the biggest trend everywhere. We are not doing it because that's a very specialized kind of work to try and do an entire episode in 1 minute, 2 minutes. But apparently, world over, it's not only in India, world over, they're saying it's $1 billion market. We don't know. But the reason they say is because, you know, people are consuming so much of reels and they're not watching more than 20 minutes. First, you know, we started with each episode. When we started doing, you know, it was 1 hour when we were doing series. Then we were told that nobody's watching 1 hour, cut it down to 40 minutes. Now it's 30 minutes, then 25 minutes. And now they're saying micro dramas is something people, so I guess there is a market for it because, you know, people don't, they say the youngsters and everybody don't want to consume so much of time and spend so much more than an hour on OTT. So maybe it could become, but I don't think it's going to be like either that or either or. I think micro dramas might do well. We don't know because when TV started, we didn't know whether serial is going to work. So right now it's booming. It might work. There might be an audience for it, but I have no idea.
Okay, so my question is to Manu. I have been watching Decoupled, and it's been half of the series that I have watched. So while watching, as I analyze Arya's character, I find that the extreme sarcastic character is not just an illusion or not just a craft by an author like you. Is there a real-time character who is existing like that? You being a journalist, you being a writer, you must be observing the society. Not required to reveal the person's identity, but do you think the person is actually existing? Would like to know about it.
You know, the thing about Arya is that after Decoupled was released, a lot of people said that they are Arya. You know, that what they mean is they want to be like him. They want to, like, for example, when there was a time when people may not remember it, you go to the airport, the CISF guy is standing there, you show him a paper ticket, and he looks very seriously for a long time at the paper ticket, and then you say, chalo. It is the most, like after 5,000 years of civilization, I could not believe that we have to go through that meaningless moment. And occasionally I'd ask him, like, how do you know this is not a fake ticket? And like, people in your village must be thinking you're fighting some great war. But you're standing outside an airport and you're checking tickets, and it's a complete waste. So that kind of a conversation, which a lot of people I realize would want to. In fact, I would think that Decoupled has not been credited. I think all the machines came, the more meaningful way of scanning the tickets came partly because of Decoupled, because they all had it in the warehouse. They're not using it. And in fact, CISF did write some, they had a complaint against that scene, but they very gracefully withdrew. I'm saying that these were all moments, like for example, sitting in the car and there is an unpleasant smell, and then there is you have to solve it. And of course, this happens all the time to people. They are right in the middle of a conversation with someone, and then the waiter comes with, how was the soup? Yeah, that's exactly why I come to the restaurant, to give you a compliment, right? And it will also irritate me because when they give him a compliment, he just accepts it as though he made it, you know. But if you say there's too much salt in this, he'll say, I'll tell the chef, right? And in fact, this was the longest scene in the restaurant in season 1, which I had to cut. So these were moments everybody goes through, but we don't act on it because it exists right under the surface. So I would say that I personally do not know someone like that. Of course, Larry David has done it as a fictitious character in Curb Your Enthusiasm, you know, a similar character, and Woody Allen has probably touched about it. A lot of people have toyed with this kind of a character who is an Arundhati Roy of small things. It's like, how can this happen? you know. But it is, you think it's a small thing, but its life is made up of all these things, you know. And so that was the actual motivation. So there was no single person as such.
Hello. Yeah. This question is for both Sejal and Manu, and this is in continuation to the storytelling format that we have been discussing, right? Because of the episodic nature of the format, how important are starting points and ending points for you? Because there has to be a certain continuity, but at the same time, I should be compelled enough to watch the next episode, right? So how do you think of, say, propulsion or this propulsive nature of the narrative in terms of your starting point and your narrative point, the ending point in the narrative?
So I think there is a different kind of writing that is involved when you're doing a feature film or you're doing a series, because, you know, in the feature film, we all know there's a first act, second act, third, the inciting incident and all. And then when it comes to series, in fact, India has just started. We all have started to learn how to write series. And right now, as you learn, things have changed drastically. Because when we started, it was okay, you know, you can start slow and then you can get into the characters. Now, I think they are very, very, very clear that you start with a bang and you move quickly, and the end of the episode, it has to be something compelling, because there's a word called binge. We all know it has to be bingeable. So if you want your viewer to go on the second episode, the pilot has to be, you know, the end has to be interesting, and then the second and the third. So that is the way the writing is done. And from the time we started writing the series to now, it has changed drastically. Like, you know, one of the things I think we all were mentioning earlier is, you know, the attention span. So now all the platforms call something called second screen. What does second screen mean? That you write content and you develop content for second screen. Second screen means that while it's going on, somebody's looking at the second screen, they understand that. So that's the second screen viewing. Everybody's been told that. So you include more voiceovers, you know. So that's the way things are being written and, you know, things are done. So yeah, writing is work like that.
Though this is something which I have never agreed with, like this propulsion. I got very allergic to the word also when it was one of those things that they were using. And I feel that the idea that towards the end, I know that, in fact, as a mock-up for one of the screenplays I was doing, I would just make the character look in shock at the end of the episode. Okay? And every episode I started doing it just as to mock people, you know. It's like, so what, you're going to watch the next episode only because of this? It's like, to me, it's like, I feel that, that's why I feel that even though story is important, I feel that the underlying force in any story is you're always following only the character. You don't realize it, but you're following the character. Once you're invested in the character, you will go to the second episode whether he is looking shocked or whether there's an accident or whether anything has happened. And also there is a second element in this, which is the audience themselves. The writer is also in competition with the audience. You have seen everything. If I can fool you at the end of a boring episode, just, you know, by just making someone look shocked, are you really going to be so fooled so easily? And wouldn't you be disappointed within the first 5 seconds of the second episode anyway? So I really, I'm not a big fan of this propulsion thing. The propulsion is all of it. You have to be interesting or engaging enough. Otherwise, I'm perfectly all right if people don't watch my second episode. There are a lot of people who have told me that we stopped in the first episode because it was shit. I said, that's fine.
This will be the last question, I think. Yeah. After you, we'll have one more question and then we'll...
Okay, yeah. Oh, wow, jeez. Thank you. Sorry, I have another question. I am Bengali, in case you were wondering. Okay, so again, now in the more recent, now thankfully there has been a more mainstream focus on women's empowerment in a lot of the media today, right? However, one pattern that I've seemed to notice, and this especially came about in the movie, which was Metro in the Know, are you all aware? It's on Netflix. It's a nice movie, but the thing is, it sort of encapsulated what a lot of women's roles kind of are today, which is before that, oh, I will take over arc, there's always a constant victimization of the women's characters, which, while is present with a lot of characters regardless of gender, but it is far less so with male characters. For example, a lot of superheroes just start out with a certain accident, but they are badasses. Nobody kills their family member before they go a little bit, But with women, oftentimes you'll see, there's a lot of domestic abuse or abuse in a certain place, and which almost feels like it's required for them to have a justified response. Would you have any thoughts on this?
Of course, these are the kind of female characters that are written all the time. And not all the times, a lot of times. And I really agree with that sometimes, especially when we are writing female, I'm writing a script now, which I'm going to be which I'm directing. It's a thriller. And so many people who read it, and they said that, she's very unlikable. So, you can't sell a unlikable female character as a protagonist. So I know for a fact that because, I'm also directing, writing and producing, when you're trying to sell female characters or trying to write female characters or trying to pitch female characters, everybody has that same stereotype that the women characters have to be a certain type. So I think that is there, it exists, but I mean, we all are, I try to write different characters and...
Yeah, I would answer this through another nonsensical concept, which is very popular, which is called character motivation. So usually when, for example, it happened with Decouple also, the question arises, why is he like this? What is his problem, right? So that's my problem with psychology, coming back to it. Did something happen in his childhood, youth, whatever, something should happen for your personality to be this way, is one of the great bullshits of the modern society, while for most of us, we are just this way. There is no character motivation, but for a fictitious character, there is an expectation. And especially if, for example, this Arya character was a woman, in the couple, they would need a particular gender aligned thing to have happened to explain why she is like this, which is basically, all these are problems created by Freud. Is my theory. The amount of problems that one guy has created, actually just for fun, if you're someone who reads classics and literary fiction, just go back and read any literary fiction, any language before Freud. There was not much over-analysis of characters. Go to Bible. He just sat on the donkey and then he got off the donkey and then there is no reason his father was a carpenter and he was poor and nothing. Story just happens. There is no character motivation in the olden classics, right? But if you take even someone good like Kundera, there's a character who she's a young woman looking at the mirror. He writes one page on how she had an abusive mother who always insulted her, and so she was insecure about her looks, and that's why she's looking at the mirror. Man, this is just a young chick checking herself out. What's difficult, right? So we have the problem. We have this character motivation problem, but these are things I think as writers, you have to keep fighting. Sometimes they could be right also, in the sense that just because you are correct about character motivation, it does not mean that it is not a problem in the screenplay. That there is suddenly, that maybe there has to be an explanation even if it is fake. Because let's not forget, a story need not be a perfect thing. Story can have some fake elements which totally work for it. But I personally try to avoid, in fact, I'm working on a screenplay right now where the character motivation is a serious problem, where everybody except me feels that there needs to be a trigger. In fact, it is It is a feature full version of the non-fiction I just told you, Why the Poor Don't Kill Us. In the feature film version, there is a guy who's obsessed with the idea that revolution is going to come next week, but nobody believes him. Okay? So the question is like, why is he feeling that way suddenly? So there has to be a trigger, and I'm trying to resist the trigger, right? But I think that people have a point. They feel that in a cinema, in a film, maybe it'll be interesting if he had a trigger.
I mean, I just want to say thank you for saying that, because my students are there with a baseball bat who's going to bash my head in on Monday with character motivation. Last question, please.
Hello, I'm Pratyushi. So my question was, OTT is a platform where content is very readily available, right? And as Sejal ma'am just mentioned that, creating content for the second screen, like white noise content, is also very prevalent nowadays. But that in turn sometimes does excuse a lot of average shows which become extremely popular, and in turn takes away that platform from shows which are in other sense called gems, right? What's your opinion on that?
Because of the second screen concept, what happens is people then think those shows do well, and then you end up making more shows of those, and the good shows are not seen. I think that is an issue, because like you see a lot of shows which have been critically, people have hated it. I'm not talking critically, I mean the general audience has hated it, but it has done huge numbers on the platform because there's something called cringe watching, hate watching. So there's a show that comes out and people think it's terrible, but everybody goes and watches it, and they work on numbers. So platform is working on numbers. They don't care whether you like it or you hate it, but if they get the numbers, it's good for them. It's unlike in box office where people pay and go. So that is true, because if you're going to sit at, it doesn't matter, I want to watch this show, people have been bitching a lot about it, let me watch it. And then they end up watching it, and everybody here will watch it, and then they get the numbers, and more shows are like that are made. In fact, 2-3 of these shows right now that have come out have done huge numbers, but everybody hated it.
Yeah, I think I feel that people can do a lot of things that they don't like. I feel that people have nothing to do, and they're just watching stuff because they have nothing to do. Maybe they also hate themselves a bit. I feel that people do this interesting thing about people, that it is just because people are doing something, it does not mean they're enjoying it. They're just doing it. They're being alive because what is the other option? Yeah. As Britney Spears said, if you are dead, your life is over. So you have to do something before that.
On that note, I'd like to say thank you from the entire team of DLHS, Department of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences, and Wavelength, and thank you, both of you, to coming here at Wavelength 2026. And if you'd like to wait, we have a small memento, a small token of appreciation from DLHS to you. And we have a big round.
I would like to invite Dr. Pradeep Thomas to give out the mementos. I would now also like to invite Dr. Now I would invite Dr. B. Geetha to arrive on stage to receive her memento.
அவ்வளவுதான் சார்